inside the auditorium right now. A warm good morning to one and all. Reverend Father Anthony Ethakade, Manager of the institution, Advocate Reggie Zakaria, Dr. Father Jojimon George, Principal of the college, Dr. B.S. Madhukar, Dr. Gabriel Simon Tattil, Dr. Lizzie Koshi, we are truly privileged to have your presence at our college.
St. John the Baptist College of Education, Nedungundam is honored to host an international seminar titled Navigating the Challenges and Opportunities of Multidisciplinary Approach in Higher Education. This premier academic event, spearheaded by the IQAC in collaboration with the College Development Council of MG University and St. John the Baptist College of Special Education, serves as an intellectual platform for educators, researchers, and policy makers to dissect the complexities of multidisciplinary integration.
Rooted in a legacy of excellence since 1995, SJB College continues its commitment to academic distinction by addressing the shifting paradigms of global education. Ultimately, the college seeks to build a new educational vision that prepares resilient and futuristic learners for the 21st century.
This international seminar is envisioned as a space for dialogue, critical engagement, and knowledge sharing, bringing together diverse perspectives across disciplines. We believe that the discussions and insight generated here will contribute meaningfully to academic practice and policy in alignment with the vision of broader goals of higher education.
On behalf of the management, staff members, and students of St. John the Baptist College of Education, I extend a warm and respectful welcome to all distinguished guests, resource persons, academicians, researchers, delegates, and all participants who have joined us today.
May this seminar inspire thoughtful conversations, collaborative learning, and innovative ideas that extend beyond institutional and disciplinary boundaries.
With this note, let's proceed with the formal inauguration of the program. To set a reflective beginning for the academic gathering, I invite the college choir to lead us in prayer.
The Lord's my shepherd, I not want. He makes me down to lie in pastures green. He leadeth me the quiet waters by. My soul He doth restore again, and me to walk doth make within the path of righteousness, and for His own name's sake. And though I walk through the dark way, it will I fear no ill, for thou art with me, and thy rod and staff me comfort still.
The task of welcoming this learned audience is graciously undertaken by Dr. Father Jojimon George, the Principal of SJB College of Education, a visionary academic leader whose unwavering commitment to teacher education, institutional excellence, and holistic learning has significantly strengthened the academic ethos of our college. I respectfully invite Father to deliver the welcome address and to set the tone for today's seminar.
Good morning. Respected Very Reverend Father Anthony Ethekad, College Manager, Advocate Reggie Zakaria, Syndicate Member, MG University, Dr. Gabriel Simon Tattil, Director, Higher Education Council, Archdiocese of Changanassery, Father Johnson Thundil, Principal, SJB College of Special Education, Dr. B.S. Madhukar, our speaker, Dr. Leslie Kosi, Seminar Convener, other distinguished guests, dear colleagues and students. It is a distinct honor to welcome you all to this seminar on navigating the challenges and opportunities of multidisciplinary approach in higher education, hosted here at St. John the Baptist College of Education in collaboration with College Development Council, MG University, and St. John the Baptist College of Special Education. We are truly privileged to have experts, researchers, and practitioners joining us from across the globe, bringing together a wealth of knowledge, diverse perspective, and innovative ideas. Over the coming days, we will discuss multidisciplinary approaches in higher education. As emphasized by policies like India's NEP 2020, this approach is becoming essential to prepare students for a rapidly changing job market that demands flexibility and adaptability. Institutional and structural barriers, student confusion, and academic overload are some of the challenges associated with this shift. However, holistic development, improved employability, and enhanced adaptability are among its many benefits. Through the presentations and discussions, we hope to arrive at meaningful conclusions on how multidisciplinary education can address complex and diverse problems. Let me now proceed with my duty. I would like to welcome Very Reverend Father Anthony Ethekad, College Manager, who is presiding over this meeting. Thank you for your unwavering support and for taking the time to join us today. We are deeply honored to have Advocate Reggie Zakaria, a respected university counselor from MG University, with us today to inaugurate this international seminar. We acknowledge your support and the presence to make this event a memorable one. A special and heartfelt welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Gabriel Simon Tattil, Director, Higher Education Council, Archdiocese of Changanassery. We are truly privileged to have among us a person whose expertise in the field will definitely guide our discussions. A warm word of welcome to Father Johnson Thundil, Principal, St. John the Baptist College of Special Education, Nedungunnam, who is always with us to support and felicitate our academic endeavor. I too extend a warm welcome to Dr. B.S. Madhukar, who is handling the first session of the seminar. We also extend a warm and respectful welcome to Dr. Lissy Koshi, seminar convener, for her support and guidance in bringing this event successful. Once again, a very warm welcome to you all. I hope this seminar will be an enlightening and productive experience for everyone. Thank you.
It's a distinct honor to introduce our presidential speaker for this international seminar, Very Reverend Father Anthony Ethekad. Father Ethekad stands as a pillar of both spiritual leadership and administrative excellence. Beyond his ecclesiastical responsibilities, he is a visionary in the fields of higher education and media. He currently provides strategic leadership as the manager of our college. I now invite Reverend Father Anthony Ethekad to preside over this inaugural session and to share his reflections.
The chief guest of the day, Advocate Regis Sakria, is not yet arrived. Dr. Gabriel Simon Thattil, Director, Higher Education Council, Archdiocese of Changanashiri, is also now presently the President of Indian Accounting Association. We would like to congratulate him on this occasion. He has been elected as the President. It's a very reputed association all over India, and he is doing a very wonderful work there. The Principal, Dr. Jojimon George, Father Johnson Matthew, Professor Lissy Koshi, the first speaker of the day, Dr. V.S. Madhukar, and dear delegates, my dear participants. A very good morning to all of you. Today I am glad that this Teachers Training College run by the Archdiocese of Changanasheri is organizing an international seminar on a very relevant topic, the challenges and opportunities of multidisciplinary approach in higher education. First of all, I congratulate the entire organizing team of this seminar and for the selection of a topic that is at the heart of our mission in higher education. In simple words, multidisciplinary approach combines different subjects and disciplines to provide a more comprehensive understanding of complex issues. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, it is imperative that we recognize the value of interdisciplinary learning and its potential to shape the future of our students and our world. Let me highlight a few issues connected with this topic. First of all, we need to break the safety zones that is being experienced by the present teachers and professors of our institutions. A teacher is very safe and comfortable with own subjects, not able to break that zone. That's the biggest challenge we are facing in this approach. There exists now a separation between various disciplines. For example, when we are studying, the principal and Father Johnson studied at different seminaries for our priestly formation, we used to undergo various types of discipline and topics. For example, metaphysics, epistemology, psychology, sociology, logic, morality, ethics, spirituality, law, various religions, Hindu, Islam, Christian religions. Why all these topics are interrelated in the priestly formation? I was always wondering how it is all connected. But when we became priests and then we began our ministry in the parishes and in different institutions, we realized that these different disciplines were so important so that we can address the challenges of the place where we are engaged. Therefore, all the topics are really interrelated. As you are dealing with people, you must really know the various subjects connected with them. So to live in this world, a variety, in a pluralistic world with various challenges, we need to have a very comprehensive idea about all that we are studying. Secondly, faculty development. We must ensure that our faculty members are equipped to teach and conduct research in an interdisciplinary manner, which requires ongoing professional development and support. It is not an easy thing to convince the present contemporary teachers, but we need professional support to incorporate interdisciplinary sciences in our education. The third issue, what I feel, is solving real-world problems. Multidisciplinary approaches can help us solve real-world problems more effectively. For example, a team of students from medicine, sociology, and economics might work together to develop a plan to reduce healthcare costs in a community. So it is a collaborative effort. That's what the education is meant to develop the society. So whatever issues we face in society, like health issues and the cost of the medicines, we need to have an interdisciplinary approach to solve this issue. For example, waste management, that is always being talked of. A multidisciplinary team consisting of environmental scientists, engineers, policy makers and community leaders can work together to develop effective waste management strategies. That is also affecting our society. So we need, in solving many issues, a multidisciplinary approach. And the third example, lifestyle diseases, that these things are really of my concerns also. So a multidisciplinary team consisting of medical professionals, nutritionists, psychologists and sociologists can work together to understand the complex causes of lifestyle diseases and develop effective prevention and treatment strategies. These are the ways we need to approach issues. The fourth issue, a multidisciplinary approach can be highly beneficial for placement and job opportunities, as it provides students with a broad range of skills and knowledge that are valuable in the job market. The other day, the human resource manager from JP Morgan's company visited SP College, and we had a very open sharing with him. He was explaining that he was an Indian captain for 6 to 7 years. Then he resigned from the job, and then he studied MBA and got placed in a very big company. And then lately he went for MA psychology, and then he was posted in Apollo Hospital, where he was dealing with doctors and patients. And now he is working in JP Morgan's as the human resource manager. He was telling before, we have a very traditional way of approaching job. You study, for example, a B.Ed, M.Ed, and then you are placed in a school, and then you will be again placed in a college maybe, and then you go up to the age of 56 or 60 and teach there. You will not think of a changing of a job. But now he was telling, now the students, the youngsters today, they don't persist in only one job. They are dealing with many jobs. That means your professional career is you study a topic and then you get a job, and then you study again another topics and get another job. So the process up to 60, 70 years, you take job and then you break and study and then take another job. That is the way the youngsters are thinking about their profession now. Therefore, this is a changing phenomenon. For this, we need to have a multidisciplinary approach by all means. Finally, a multidisciplinary approach can be highly beneficial for future teachers like you, as it provides you with a broad range of knowledge and skill that can enhance your teaching practices and provide students with a more comprehensive education. With the blessings of God, wish you all success in this today international seminar. Thank you. God bless you. May it be fruitful and enriching experience for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insightful words, Father.
Let's please welcome Advocate Reggie Zakaria, Honorable Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, to our international seminar. We are deeply honored to invite Advocate Reggie Zakaria, Honorable Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, to deliver the inaugural address. With his profound experience in university governance and academic development, there is no one better suited to officially set our deliberation into motion.
We now invite all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly inaugurate this international seminar by lighting the ceremonial lamp symbolizing the triumph of knowledge over ignorance.
ഏറ്റവും ആദരണീയനായ ഈ ചടങ്ങിൻ്റെ അധ്യക്ഷൻ SJB കോളേജ് ഓഫ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ്റെ മാനേജർ വന്ധ്യ ആൻ്റണി ഏത്തക്കാടച്ചൻ, നമ്മുടെ മുഖ്യപ്രഭാഷണം നടത്തുന്ന ഡോക്ടർ ഗബ്രിയേൽ സൈമൺ തട്ടിൽ, കോളേജിൻ്റെ നമ്മുടെ SJB കോളേജിൻ്റെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ ഡോക്ടർ ജോജിമോൻ ജോർജ്, ഫാദർ ജോൺസൺ മാത്യു, പ്രൊഫസർ ലിസി കോശി, നമ്മുടെ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ നിന്നും ഈ ചടങ്ങിന് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന ഡോക്ടർ BR മദ്കർ, മറ്റ് വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, നമ്മുടെ വൈസ് ചാൻസലറായിരുന്നു ഈ പരിപാടി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യേണ്ടിയിരുന്നത്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് മറ്റ് ചില ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ സെമിനാറുമായി പോകേണ്ടതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. ഞാനാണേലും വൈകിപ്പോയി. 10 മണിക്ക് എത്തിയാൽ മതിയെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ ഓർത്തത്. പക്ഷേ 9:30 തന്നെ തുടങ്ങേണ്ട ചടങ്ങായിരുന്നു. കാരണം ഈ ഉദ്ഘാടന സെഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞാണ് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മറ്റ് വിഷയങ്ങളെ പറ്റിയുള്ള സംസാരമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇവിടെ അധ്യക്ഷ പ്രസംഗത്തിലും സ്വാഗത പ്രസംഗത്തിലും നിങ്ങളോട് ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളെപ്പറ്റി ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട ആളുകൾ സംവദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഞാനൊരു 10-15 മിനിറ്റ് മാക്സിമം അത്ര എടുക്കുമോ എന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ആശങ്കപ്പെടണം. കാരണം പ്രസംഗങ്ങളെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടാത്ത ഒരു വല്ലാത്ത കാലത്താണ് നാം ജീവിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ മുൻ രാഷ്ട്രപതി അബ്ദുൽ കലാം സാറ് പറഞ്ഞത് ഒരു പ്രസംഗം ഒരു സീരിയലിൻ്റെ ഒരു എപ്പിസോഡിൻ്റെ സമയമാകാവും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് അരമണിക്കൂറാണ്. പക്ഷേ അതിൽ പരസ്യവും പോയിട്ട് പിന്നെ 15 മിനിറ്റ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ നോക്കാം. ഇവിടെ എൻ്റെ പ്രസംഗത്തിനിടയിൽ പരസ്യങ്ങളില്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് അത് കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ സംസാരിച്ചു പോകാം. ഒത്തിരി കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിലും കുറച്ചെന്ന് ഞാൻ നിന്നോട് ചൊല്ലാം. എൻ്റെ കണ്ണിൻ്റെ കണ്ണായ നിൻമുഖം കാണുമ്പോൾ കള്ളം പറയുവാൻ വയ്യ എന്ന് കടമനിട്ട പാടിയതുപോലെ ഒത്തിരി പറയേണ്ട കാലമാണ്. പറയേണ്ടതിനേക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കേണ്ട കാലമാണ്. അങ്ങനെ കുട്ടികളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ അനന്തമായ ആകാശത്തെപ്പറ്റിയും അഗാധമായ കടലിനെപ്പറ്റിയും ഉന്നതമായ പർവ്വതങ്ങളെപ്പറ്റിയും സംശയങ്ങൾ ലഘൂകരിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കാൻ അനുഗ്രഹം കിട്ടിയവരാണ് എൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നവർ എന്നെനിക്കറിയാം. അത് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ അനുഗ്രഹം കിട്ടിയത് മാനസിക വെല്ലുവിളി നേരിടുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ. അങ്ങനെ വെല്ലുവിളിയല്ല, അവർ ഏറ്റവും കരുത്തുള്ള കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളാണ്. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ഗാന്ധി ജയന്തി ദിനത്തിൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ ഫാദർ KM ജോർജ് അച്ഛൻ പൗലുസ് മാർ ഗ്രിഗോറിയോസ് ചെയറിൻ്റെ അതുപോലെ ഗാന്ധിയൻ തോട്ടിൻ്റെയും സംയുക്ത ആഭിമുഖ്യത്തിൽ ഗാന്ധി ജയന്തി ദിനത്തിലല്ല, ഗാന്ധിയുടെ അസാസിനേഷൻ ജനുവരി 30 ആ ദിവസം അവിടെ ഒരു വലിയ പരിപാടി നടത്തി. പരിപാടിയുടെ ആളുടെ പങ്കാളിത്തം കൊണ്ടല്ല, പരിപാടിയുടെ വ്യത്യസ്തത കൊണ്ടാണ്. കളിമണ്ണിൽ പാത്രങ്ങൾ അവിടെ വെച്ച് തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയ ഒരു മരത്തിൽ അത് കോർത്തിട്ട്, അപ്പോൾ ആ ചടങ്ങിൽ പാട്ടുപാടിയ 2 കുട്ടികൾ, അവർ സ്പെഷ്യൽ സ്കൂളിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ. എത്ര മനോഹരമായിട്ടാണ് പാടിയത്, എത്ര മനോഹരമായിട്ട്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ അവിടുത്തെ അധ്യാപകർ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവും, ഞാൻ ആ സ്കൂളിൻ്റെ പേര് മറന്നുപോയി. എത്ര മനോഹരമായിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത്രയും കഴിവുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ ആ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ അവരുടെ അഭിരുചിയെ ഈ കളിമണ്ണ് കുശവൻ കയ്യിൽ കളിമണ്ണ് ഞാൻ എന്നൊരു പാട്ടുണ്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ അത് വാർത്തെടുക്കുക എന്ന ദൗത്യമാണ് നിങ്ങളിൽ അർപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. പലരും നിങ്ങളുടെ റെമ്യൂണറേഷൻ ചിലപ്പം ചിലത് കുറവായിരിക്കും, അതിലൊക്കെ ദുഃഖിക്കും. പൈസയ്ക്ക് പൈസ വേണം, ശരിയാണ്, പക്ഷെ അതോർത്ത് ദുഃഖിക്കേണ്ട. ജീവിതത്തിൽ കിട്ടിയ ഏറ്റവും ശ്രേഷ്ഠതയാണ് അധ്യാപിക ആകുക എന്നുള്ളത്. ഞാൻ ഒരു സ്കൂൾ മാഷാകാൻ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചത്. അന്ന് ഞാൻ പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രിയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ച കാലത്ത്. പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രി കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഡിഗ്രിക്ക് എനിക്കൊരു കോളേജുകാർ അഡ്മിഷൻ തന്നില്ല. BA മലയാളത്തിനാണ്. ഞാൻ ഒരു വിദ്യാർത്ഥി സംഘടനാ പ്രവർത്തകനായിരുന്നു. ആ സംഘടനാ പ്രവർത്തനം അവർക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമല്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് നിന്നെ ഇവിടെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചാൽ നീ ഇവിടെയും കുഴപ്പമുണ്ടാക്കും എന്ന് കരുതിക്കൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് അവർ അഡ്മിഷൻ തന്നില്ല. എന്നാൽ ഞാൻ SB കോളേജിലോ NSSലോ അന്ന് കൊടുത്തിരുന്നത്, കോട്ടയത്തെ ഒരു കോളേജിലാണ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടാഞ്ഞത്. എനിക്ക് അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടിയതിന് കാരണം മലയാളം ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിനൊന്നും വലിയ തള്ളലില്ല. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞാൻ BA പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ സയൻസിന് ഗവൺമെൻറ് കോളേജ് കോട്ടയത്താണ് പഠിച്ചത്. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും ധന്യമായ ഒരു കാലമെന്ന് ഞാനതിനെ വിചാരിക്കുക. കാരണം ഏറ്റവും നല്ല അധ്യാപകർ, പാർശ്വവൽക്കരിക്കപ്പെട്ട ഒരുപാട് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ, അവരുടെ ദുഃഖങ്ങളും ദുരിതങ്ങളും പങ്കുവെച്ച് 3 വർഷം. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ NSSലാണ് MA പഠിച്ചത്. MA കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഞാനൊരു സുൽത്താൻ ബത്തേരി കോളേജിൽ, അന്ന് PhD ഒന്നും വേണ്ട, കോളേജ് അധ്യാപകനായി. എനിക്കന്ന് 3rd റാങ്ക് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു MA പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ സയൻസ്. ഫസ്റ്റ് പാലാ സെൻറ്റ് തോമസും സെക്കൻഡ് മഹാരാജാസുമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ അവിടെ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂവിന് പോയപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടിയ മാർക്ക് എനിക്കാണ്. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് അപ്പം അവിടുത്തെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൾ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു, മോനെ 1.5 ലക്ഷം രൂപ വേണം, 90 അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ എനിക്കല്ലേ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ മാർക്ക്. അപ്പം ഒരു സിംഗിൾ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് അത്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു പ്രിൻസിപ്പൾ മാനേജർ അച്ഛനാണ്. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, അതൊക്കെ ശരിയാണ്, പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ചില പരിമിതിയുണ്ട്. ഈ കെട്ടിടങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ഒക്കെ പണം വേണം. ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ തുറന്നു പറച്ചിലിനെ ഞാൻ അങ്ങേയറ്റം ബഹുമാനിച്ചു. കാരണം അത് ശരിയാ, സിംഗിൾ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിന് അങ്ങനെ പറ്റും. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവിടെയും ഞാൻ പരാജയപ്പെട്ടു. പിന്നെ ഞാൻ LLBക്ക് പോയി വക്കീലായി. ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒരുപക്ഷെ 1 മാസം കിട്ടുന്ന ശമ്പളത്തേക്കാൾ ഒരു കേസ് വാദിച്ചാൽ കിട്ടും, ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒന്നും കിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷെ പണമല്ല നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ദൗത്യമാണ്. അവിടെയാണ് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഏറ്റവും മഹനീയമായ ഒരു സീറ്റ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടിയത്. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഒരു വടക്കൻ വീരഗാഥയ്ക്കകത്ത് മമ്മൂട്ടി പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ, തോൽവികൾ ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുവാൻ ചന്തുവിന് ജീവിതം ഇനി ബാക്കി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ, എൻ്റെ ജീവിതം തോൽവി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ അങ്ങോട്ട് പുറകോട്ട് പോകാൻ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഒന്നുമല്ലാതെ പോയേനെ. പക്ഷെ അവിടെ ഞാൻ ഫൈറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. എനിക്ക് അഡ്മിഷൻ തരാത്ത ആ കോളേജുകാർ പിന്നെ എന്നെ വിളിച്ച്, ഞാൻ ജില്ലാ പഞ്ചായത്ത് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്റ്റാൻഡിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റി ചെയർമാനായപ്പം കോളേജ് യൂണിയൻ ഇനാഗ്രേഷൻ നടത്തി, മറ്റു പല പരിപാടികളിലും എന്നെ വലിയ ആദരവോടെ കണ്ടു. സിൻഡിക്കേറ്റ് മെമ്പറായപ്പം അപ്പം ആരെയും നമ്മൾ അവഗണിക്കരുത്, ആരെയും നമ്മൾ കരിയാപ്പല പോലെ മാറ്റരുത്. ചിലപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് ചിലപ്പോൾ ആ കോളേജിന് ദോഷം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, ഞാൻ ആർക്കും ദോഷം ചെയ്യില്ല, കാരണം എൻ്റെ മനസ്സാക്ഷിയാണ് എൻ്റെ ദൈവം. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വന്നത്, നിങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം നിങ്ങൾ ആഗ്രഹിച്ച മറ്റു പല വഴികളും ഉണ്ടാവാം. അത് കിട്ടാതെ വരുമ്പോഴായിരിക്കും ചിലർ ബി.എഡിനൊക്കെ പോകുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ആവരുത്. നിങ്ങൾ പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും സ്പെഷ്യൽ സ്കൂളുകളിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നവർ അത്രയും ധന്യമായ ഒരു ജീവിതം കിട്ടിയതിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഈശ്വരനെ സ്തുതിക്കുക, ഈശ്വരനെ വാഴ്ത്തുക, ഈശ്വരനോട് നന്ദി പറയുക. കാരണം ഈ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല പാട്ടുകാരനാരാ മലയാളത്തിലെ? പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികളോട് ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്, ഞങ്ങളോടാണ് ഇദ്ദേഹം വന്നിപ്പോൾ ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്നത്. ഇല്ലേ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേക്കാം, കാരണം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ആൻസറിന് പറ്റിയൊരു വേദിയല്ല ഇത്, എനിക്കറിയാം. അപ്പോൾ യേശുദാസാണ് ഞാൻ കാണുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പാട്ടുകാരൻ മലയാളത്തിലെ എക്കാലത്തെയും. യേശുദാസ് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട പാട്ട് യേശുദാസിന് പാടാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. അത് ഫീമെയിൽ വോയിസിലാണ് ചിട്ടപ്പെടുത്തിയത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് മാധുരിയാണ് പാടിയത്. സംഗീത സംവിധായകൻ അങ്ങനെയാണ് ചിട്ടപ്പെടുത്തിയത്. മാധുരിക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എസ് ജാനകിക്കോ ലതാ മങ്കേഷ്കറിനോ വാണി ജയറാമിനോ അന്ന് ചിത്രയില്ല, അവർക്കൊക്കെ പാടാൻ പറ്റും. അതുകൊണ്ട് മാധുരി പാടി. യേശുദാസിന് വലിയ ദുഃഖമായി. യേശുദാസ് പിന്നെ ആ ദുഃഖം തീർത്തത് സൂർദാസിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഉറുദു കവിതയുണ്ട്, ദാനെ ദാനെ കലിക്തഹ ആനാവാല കനാം. ഓരോ ധാന്യമണികളിലും ഈശ്വരൻ എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട് അത് ആർക്കെന്ന്. അപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ തലയിൽ എഴുതിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ഈശ്വരൻ ഇന്നിടത്ത് പോയി വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം നടത്തി ഇന്ന മേഖലയിലുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുക. ആ ഈശ്വര ദൗത്യം നന്നായി നിങ്ങൾ നിർവഹിക്കുക. നമ്മൾ പഴയതുപോലല്ല, നിങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ച കാലമല്ല ഇപ്പോഴത്തേത്, ഞങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ച കാലമല്ല നിങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ ക്യാമ്പസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സർഗാത്മകതയുടെ ക്യാമ്പസാണെന്ന് ഞാനൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ പറയും. കാരണം 80, 90, 93 വരെയാണ്. ഞാൻ LLB കഴിഞ്ഞത് 92-ലാണ്. ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തെ ഞാൻ ക്ലാസ്മേറ്റ്സ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന സിനിമയൊക്കെ ഇറങ്ങിയപ്പം അതൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കാലഘട്ടമാണ് എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ് വലിയ അഭിമാനം കൊണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങളാണ് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ സർഗാത്മകതയുടെ ആളുകൾ എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ആ കാലത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷേ നിങ്ങളതും കഴിഞ്ഞ് വന്ന കുട്ടികളാണ്. അപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ കാലമാണ് നല്ലതെന്ന് പറയുന്നു. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കുട്ടികൾ ന്യൂ ജെൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന അവർ പല കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കും അവർ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്. പ്രേമവും സ്നേഹവുമൊക്കെ അവർ വേറെ വഴിയിലൂടെയാണ് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത്. അവിടെ ഒരു സർഗാത്മകത ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് സംശയമാണ്. ഇന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ പത്രത്തിൽ വായിച്ചല്ലോ, 3 കുട്ടികൾ കൊറിയൻ സംഗീതത്തെ വല്ലാതെ സ്നേഹിക്കുകയും കൊറിയൻ ഗെയിമുകൾ കളിക്കുകയും, ഡാഡി ഞങ്ങളുടെ ജീവനേക്കാളേറെ ഞങ്ങൾ അതിനെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു പോയി, ഞങ്ങൾ പോവുകയാണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് 9 നില കെട്ടിടത്തിൽ നിന്നും താഴേക്ക് ചാടി മരിക്കുന്ന മാനസികാവസ്ഥയിലുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാലം. ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷന് ഗുണവും ദോഷവുമുണ്ട്. അതിരുകളില്ലാത്ത ലോകമാണ്. എവിടേക്കും നമുക്ക് പറന്നു ചെല്ലാം, എവിടെയും കൂടുകൂട്ടാം. പക്ഷേ ലാഭം പണത്തെ മാത്രം സ്നേഹിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ലോകത്തെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുകയാണ് ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷൻ എന്ന് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുകയാണ്. സമ്പത്തിനേക്കാൾ വലുത് മറ്റൊന്നുമില്ല എന്ന് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കെട്ടകാലമെന്ന് ഈ കാലത്തെ പറയാൻ കഴിയും. കാരണം സമ്പന്നൻ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ തന്നെ 187 ശതകോടീശ്വരന്മാരുണ്ട്. അതിൽ 5 പേർ അംബാനി, അദാനി, ടാറ്റ, ആദിത്യ ബിർള, ഭാരതി. ഈ 5 പേരുടെ കയ്യിലാണ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ സമ്പത്തിൻ്റെ ഏതാണ്ട് 28%. 180 പേരുടെ കയ്യിലാണ് ഏതാണ്ട് 20%. 1 ലക്ഷം ആളുകളുടെ ഇതാണ് 30%. 30ഉം 28ഉം 58ഉം 20ഉം 78ഉം പോയിട്ട് ബാക്കിയുള്ളതാണ് ഞാനും നിങ്ങളും അടങ്ങുന്ന 140 കോടി മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ളത്. അതാണ് സമ്പത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരിക്കലും നമുക്ക് അംഗീകരിക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത വൈജാത്യങ്ങൾ. ആ വേർതിരിവുകൾ സമ്പന്നൻ തടിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. അവന് തടിച്ചു കൊടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ലോകത്തെ പരുവപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. യുദ്ധങ്ങളും വിനാശകരമായ മനുഷ്യത്വരഹിതമായ ആക്രമണങ്ങളും ലോകത്താകെ വ്യാപിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അവിടെ മനുഷ്യനെപ്പറ്റി സംസാരിക്കാൻ, മാനവികതയെപ്പറ്റി സംസാരിക്കാൻ ഒരു തലമുറയെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുക എന്ന ചരിത്രപരമായ ദൗത്യമാണ് പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ നിങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളത്. ആ ദൗത്യം ഏറ്റെടുക്കാൻ കഴിയണം. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ സ്നേഹത്തെപ്പറ്റി. നല്ല സ്നേഹം ഇപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടോ? വിശുദ്ധമായ സ്നേഹം, പ്രേമം. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട അച്ഛന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന, കന്യാസ്ത്രീ അമ്മമാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പം ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ പറയുന്നതിൽ എന്നോട് ക്ഷമിക്കണം. കാരണം അവരും ഈ സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഇടപെടുന്നവരായതുകൊണ്ട് അത് ഞാനൊരു ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം പറഞ്ഞതാണ്. പണ്ടത്തെ ഒരു പ്രേമം എങ്ങനെയാണ്? കാമുകി ഇഷ്ടമില്ലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ താടിയൊക്കെ നീട്ടി ഒരു സഞ്ചിയൊക്കെ തൂക്കി അങ്ങ് പോവുകയുള്ളൂ, ഒരു പ്രശ്നവുമില്ല. നിരാശാ കാമുകൻ. അങ്ങനെയാണോ ചേട്ടനും ഇങ്ങനെ താടി വെച്ചത് എന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിനെ ജീവിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നവരോ മരിച്ചവരോ യാതൊരു സാദൃശ്യവുമില്ല. ഇനി എന്തെങ്കിലും സാദൃശ്യം തോന്നിയാൽ അത് യാദർച്ഛികമല്ല, മനഃപൂർവ്വമാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പോലെ നിങ്ങളങ്ങ് വിചാരിച്ചു. പക്ഷേ അന്നത്തെ കാലം അങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു. അന്ന് സിനിമകൾ അങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു. ഹൃദയം ഒരു ക്ഷേത്രം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സിനിമയുണ്ട്. മധു നായകൻ, ശ്രീവിദ്യ നായിക, രാഘവൻ ഉപനായകൻ. രാഘവൻ വലിയ സമ്പന്നനാണ്, മധു ഡോക്ടറാണ്. പക്ഷേ മധു ശ്രീവിദ്യ തമ്മിൽ ഇഷ്ടമാണ്. ശ്രീവിദ്യയുടെ വീട്ടുകാർ വലിയ സമ്പന്നരാണ്. അവർ ശ്രീവിദ്യയെ മധുവിനെ കൊണ്ട് കല്യാണം കഴിക്കില്ല, കാരണം അയാൾ പാവപ്പെട്ടവനായതുകൊണ്ടാണ്, ഡോക്ടറാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും. രാഘവൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ വലിയ മുതലാളിയുടെ കൂടെ കെട്ടിച്ചു വിടുമ്പം മധു അകലെ നിന്ന് ഒരു പാട്ട് പാടുക, മംഗളം നേരുന്നു ഞാൻ മനസ്വിനി, മംഗളം നേരുന്നു ഞാൻ, അലിഞ്ഞു ചേർന്നതിന് ശേഷം എൻ ജീവനെ പിരിഞ്ഞു പോയി നീ എങ്കിലും നിനക്ക് നന്മകൾ നേരുന്നു ഞാൻ എന്നാണ് പാടിയത്. ഇപ്പോഴാണ് ഡോക്ടർമാർ ആ ലാബറട്ടറിയിൽ പോയി ആസിഡ് എടുത്ത് ശ്രീവിദ്യയുടെ മുഖത്ത് കൊണ്ട് ഒഴിക്കും. ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം പാലായിലൊരു കോളേജിൽ സംഭവിച്ചതാ. ഒരു നല്ല പയ്യനാ, അവനെപ്പറ്റി നമ്മൾ അന്വേഷിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ആ എൻക്വയറിക്ക് പോയതാ. ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടിയോട് ഒരു നിമിഷം കൊണ്ട് എന്തോ ഇഷ്ടമല്ലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, അതിനുവേണ്ടി ഒരു ചെറിയ കമ്പി എടുത്ത് കുത്തിക്കൊന്നു. എവിടെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളുടെ മാനസികാവസ്ഥ? അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സമൂഹത്തോടാണ് നിങ്ങൾ സംവദിക്കേണ്ടത്. ഒരു വടക്കൻ വീരഗാഥയ്ക്കകത്ത് സിനിമയ്ക്കകത്തുണ്ടല്ലോ മമ്മൂട്ടി, ചന്തു ചതിയനാണ് എപ്പോഴും. 100 വർഷം ആടാം പാടാം ആരോമൽ ചേകവർ അംഗം വെട്ടിയ കഥകൾ, ധീരകഥകൾ, വീരകഥകൾ, അത്ഭുത കഥകൾ പാടാമെന്ന് പാണൻ തുടികൊട്ടി പാടിയ ആ ചതിയൻ ചന്തു 3 മണിക്കൂറിൻ്റെ തിരക്കഥ കൊണ്ട് എം ജി വാസുദേവൻ നായർ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന മലയാളത്തിൻ്റെ സ്വർണ്ണ കൈകളുമായി വന്ന ആ വലിയ മനുഷ്യൻ അതിനെ തിരുത്തി. എം ജി പറഞ്ഞു ചതിയനല്ല ചന്തു. ഇപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ണിയാർച്ചയുടെ മക്കൾ അമ്മാവൻ ആരോമലിനെ ചതിച്ചു കൊന്ന ചന്തുവിനോട് പകരം ചോദിക്കാൻ വരുമ്പം ചന്തു ചോദിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് അവരോട്, മക്കളെ ചന്തുവിനെ പറ്റി എന്തെല്ലാം നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടു? ഇരുമ്പാണി തട്ടി മുളയാണി വെക്കുവാൻ കൊല്ലന് 30 പൊൻപണം കൊടുത്തവൻ ചന്തു, മാറ്റം ചുരിക മാറ്റി മച്ചുൻ്റെ നെഞ്ചിൽ ആഞ്ഞുകുത്തിയവൻ ചന്തു, നിറകൊണ്ട പാതിരയ്ക്ക് കുമരമ്പുഴ നീന്തിക്കയറി ഉണ്ണിയാർച്ചയുടെ ഉറക്കരയിൽ കിടന്നവൻ ചന്തു. ഇപ്പോൾ ചന്തുവിനൊരു പേര് വീണു, പെൺപിടിയൻ ചന്തു. ചന്തുവിനെ പറ്റി നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടതെല്ലാം ശരിയാണ്, എന്നാൽ തെറ്റുമാണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു പോകുന്ന ആ ചന്തു തൻ്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട മുറപ്പെണ്ണ് മറ്റൊരുവൻ്റെ കൂടെ വിവാഹം കഴിച്ചു പോകുമ്പോൾ കുതിരപ്പുറത്തിരുന്ന് പറയും, മനസ്സേ ശാന്തമാകൂ, ബാല്യം മുതൽ മനസ്സിലൊരു വികാരമായി പടർന്നു കയറിയവൾ, അവൾ വഞ്ചിച്ചിട്ട് പോകുന്നു, അവൾക്ക് നന്മ വരട്ടെന്നാണ് കുതിരപ്പുറത്തിരുന്ന് വാളുമായിട്ട് പറയുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോഴാണെങ്കിലോ കുതിരപ്പുറത്ത് ആ വാളുമായി ചെന്ന് ഉണ്ണിയാർച്ചയുടെ തല അങ്ങ് വെട്ടിക്കളയും. അതാണ് പുതിയ കാലം. ഞാൻ വേറിട്ട വഴിയിലൂടെയാണ് സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്, ക്ഷമിക്കണം. ചില അപ്രിയ സത്യങ്ങളും ചില സത്യങ്ങളും ഒക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടെന്ന് വരില്ല. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ ശരി ഞാൻ ഉറക്കെ പറയും. എൻ്റെ ശരി എത്ര കാലം പറയാൻ പറ്റും എന്നെനിക്കറിയില്ല. കാരണം സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം, ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പ്രിയാമ്പിളുണ്ട്, ഇന്ത്യൻ ഭരണഘടന. ആ ഭരണഘടന തയ്യാറാക്കിയ ഭരണഘടനാ സമിതിയിലെ ബഹുഭൂരിപക്ഷവും വിശ്വാസികളായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ അവിടെ ഒരു തർക്കം വന്നു. ഇൻ ദ നെയിം ഓഫ് ഗോഡ് വേണോ വി ദ പീപ്പിൾ ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ, ഇതിലേത് വേണം? ഇപ്പം ബഹുഭൂരിപക്ഷം വരുന്ന ഹിന്ദു സമൂഹത്തിൽപ്പെട്ടവർ പറഞ്ഞു ഇതൊരു മതേതര രാഷ്ട്രമാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് വി ദ പീപ്പിൾ, നമ്മൾ ഇന്ത്യക്കാർ എന്നെഴുതി വെക്കണം. അവിടെ നിന്നാണല്ലോ നമ്മുടെ ഭരണഘടന തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. വി ദ പീപ്പിൾ ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഹാവിംഗ് സോളമൻലി റിസോൾവ് ടു കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഇന്ത്യ ആസ് എ സോളിഷ് സോവറൻ സെക്യുലർ ആൻഡ് ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് നേഷൻ. വലിയ അർത്ഥമുള്ള വാക്കുകളാണ് അതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇന്ത്യയാണോ വർത്തമാനകാല ഇന്ത്യ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചാൽ ചിലപ്പം കൽത്തുറുങ്കിൽ അടയ്ക്കപ്പെടുമോ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ഭയപ്പെടേണ്ട. കാരാഗ്രഹത്തെ പുൽകാൻ നിനക്ക് തയ്യാറുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നീ ഉറക്കെ അതിനെപ്പറ്റി സംസാരിക്കുമെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ സംസാരിക്കുന്നതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ കാരാഗ്രഹത്തിൽ പോകേണ്ടി വന്നാൽ അത് ഇരുകൈയും നീട്ടി സ്വീകരിക്കുമെന്ന് പറയാനുള്ള ആർജവം എനിക്ക് കിട്ടണം. അത് രവീന്ദ്രനാഥ ടാഗോറിൻ്റെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ പൗരന് വേണ്ടതാണ്. വെയർ ദ മൈൻഡ് ഈസ് വിത്തൗട്ട് ഫിയർ. എവിടെ മനസ്സ് നിർഭയമായിരിക്കുന്നു, എവിടെ വിജ്ഞാനം സ്വതന്ത്രമായിരിക്കുന്നു, എവിടെ ശിരസുയർന്നിരിക്കുന്നു, നന്മയുടെ ലോകത്തേക്ക് എന്നെയും എൻ്റെ നാടിനെയും കൊണ്ടുപോകണമേ ഭഗവാനെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ടാഗോറിൻ്റെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നിർഭയമായി ജീവിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു വർത്തമാനകാലത്തെ നാം പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുകയാണ്. ആ സെക്കുലർ ഇന്ത്യ, ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് ഇന്ത്യ, സ്ഥിതി സമത്വത്തിൻ്റെ, സോഷ്യലിസത്തിൻ്റെ ഇന്ത്യ, പരമാധികാരത്തിൻ്റെ ഇന്ത്യ, ആ ഇന്ത്യ അകലെയാണോ എന്ന് സംശയിക്കുകയാണ്. പല്ലില്ലാത്ത മോണ കാട്ടി ചിരിച്ചർദ്ധനഗ്നനായി ഒരു ഊന്നുവടിയുമായി ഇന്ത്യയെ കണ്ടെത്തുവാൻ രഘുപതി രാഘവ രാജാറാം പതിത പാവന സീതാറാം എന്ന് പാടിക്കൊണ്ടുപോയ ആ വലിയ മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ഗാന്ധിയുടെ മണ്ണ്, ആ മണ്ണ് നന്മയുടെ പ്രകാശഗോപുരമായി ലോകത്തിന് കാഴ്ചവെച്ച, ലോകം കണ്ട ഏറ്റവും വലിയ സന്യാസി വര്യൻ വിവേകാനന്ദ സ്വാമികൾ ചിക്കാഗോയിൽ ലോകമത സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ പോയി പ്രസംഗിച്ചത് ഡിയർ ബ്രദേഴ്സ് ആൻഡ് സിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ്, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ എന്നാണ്. അതാണ് ഭാരതീയ ദർശനം, അതാണ് ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ കരുത്ത്. എല്ലാവരെയും ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുക, എല്ലാ മതങ്ങളെയും എല്ലാ സംസ്കാരങ്ങളെയും ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുക. അങ്ങനെ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളണം. നിങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത് നീ വർഗീയവാദിയാവരുത്. നിനക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ദൈവത്തിൽ വിശ്വസിച്ചു. ഏറ്റവും നല്ല ക്രൈസ്തവ ഭക്തിഗാനം എഴുതിയത് ആരാ? നിത്യവിശുദ്ധിയാം കന്യമറിയമേ, നിന്നാമം വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെടട്ടെ, ദുഃഖിതർ ഞങ്ങൾക്കായി വാഗ്ദാനം കിട്ടിയ സ്വർഗ്ഗ കവാടത്തിന് മുമ്പിൽ. ബൈബിളിൻ്റെ കാതല. ധനവാൻ സ്വർഗ്ഗരാജ്യത്തിൽ ചെല്ലുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ ഒട്ടകം സൂചിക്കുഴിയിൽ കൂടി അപ്പുറം കടക്കുന്നതാണ് എളുപ്പമെന്ന് എത്ര ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിക്ക് അതറിയാം. പക്ഷേ അത് ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ മലയാളത്തിൽ വിവരിച്ചു കൊടുത്ത ഒരു കവിയുണ്ട്. ജന്മം കൊണ്ട് ഹിന്ദുവും കർമ്മം കൊണ്ട് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ മനുഷ്യസ്നേഹിയുമായ വയലാർ രാമവർമ്മയാണ്. കാറ്റു വിതച്ചു കൊടുങ്കാറ്റു പെയ്യുന്ന മേച്ചിൽപ്പുറങ്ങളിലൂടെ അന്തിക്കിടയനെ കാണാതലയുന്നൊരാട്ടിൻ പറ്റങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങൾ എന്നെഴുതിയ വയലാറിൻ്റെ മണ്ണാണ് നമ്മുടെ മണ്ണ്. യൂസഫ് അലി കച്ചേരിയാണ് ഏറ്റവും നല്ല കൃഷ്ണഗാഥകൾ എഴുതിയത്. എനിക്കറിയാം, നമ്മുടെ മറ്റക്കരയിലുള്ള ഒരു സോമശേഖരക്കുറുപ്പ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു സുഹൃത്തായിരുന്നു, അന്തരിച്ചു. അദ്ദേഹമാണ് ആദ്യമേ നമ്മുടെ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല കരോൾ ഗാനം എഴുതിയത്. യഹൂദിയായിലെ ഒരു ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ ധനുമാസത്തിൽ കുളിരിൻ രാവിൽ താരകരാജ്ഞിയോടൊപ്പം. അപ്പോൾ ആ പാട്ട് എഴുതിയത് ആരാണെന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ചില തർക്കങ്ങൾ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഞാനതിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹമാണ് എഴുതിയത്, നമ്മുടെ സാക്ഷ്യപ്പെടുത്തിയത്. ആ വായനശാലയിൽ ഒരു തർക്കം നടന്നു. എടോ യഹൂദിയയിൽ എവിടെയാണോ ധനുമാസം എന്ന് സോമൻ ചേട്ടനോട് ചോദിച്ചു. ധനുമാസം നിങ്ങൾ പോയി കലണ്ടറിൽ നോക്കി, അത് ഡിസംബറാണ്. ആ മഞ്ഞു പെയ്യുന്ന ഡിസംബറിനെ പറ്റി എഴുതിയതൊരു ഹിന്ദുവാണ്. അതാണ് നമ്മുടെ നാട്. ഹിന്ദുവും ഇസ്ലാമും ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിയും ഒക്കെ ഒരുമിച്ച് പോകേണ്ട നാട്ടിൽ അങ്ങനെയാണോ ഇന്ന് കമ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലേക്ക് നമ്മളെ മാറ്റുകയാണ്? എൻ്റെ ദൗത്യം അതാണ്. എൻ്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട അധ്യാപക സുഹൃത്തുക്കളോട് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത് അതാണ്. എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിനെ ഒല്ലാതെ ഉറക്കങ്ങളില്ലാത്ത രാവുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത് ഈ വർഗീയതയാണ്. മനുഷ്യസ്നേഹമാണ് ഏറ്റവും വലുത്. പുതിയ തലമുറ, ആ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളൊക്കെ നല്ല കുട്ടികളാണ്. പക്ഷെ അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലേക്ക് ഈ വിഷം ആര് കുത്തിവെക്കാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചാലും നമ്മളതിനെ എതിർക്കണം. നിങ്ങളുടെ വിശ്വാസം, നിങ്ങൾ ജീസസ് ക്രൈസ്റ്റിനെ വിശ്വസിക്കുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കൃഷ്ണ ഭഗവാനെ വിശ്വസിക്കുക, പരമകാരുണ്യനായ അള്ളാഹുവിനെ വിശ്വസിക്കുക, അത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടം. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റേത് മാത്രമേ ശരിയുള്ളൂ, ബാക്കിയെല്ലാം തെറ്റാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന അക്രമോത്സുകമായ മത ചിന്തയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് വർഗീയതയാണ്, അത് തീവ്രവാദമാണ്, അത് അപകടകരമാണ്. പുതിയ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ പാഠത്തിനിടയ്ക്ക് കൂടി അത് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കണം. പണ്ട് കലാലയങ്ങളിൽ പഠിക്കാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ചന്ദ്രക് മേശക് അഭേന്ദ്രഗോവ്. ആരാന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഇപ്പോൾ പലർക്കും അറിയില്ല. രാമൻ്റെ മക്കളുടെ പേരറിയാവുന്ന എത്ര കുട്ടികളുണ്ടെന്ന്? രാമനും സീതാദേവിയുടെ മക്കളുടെ പേര് ലവനും കുശനും. നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം. പുതിയ തലമുറ അതൊക്കെ അറിയാതെ പോകുന്നു എന്നതാണ് പ്രശ്നം. രാമൻ ആരാണ് എന്നറിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ രാമൻ്റെ നന്മ. രാമനിങ്ങനെ ഒരു വനവാസത്തിന് പോവുകയാണ്. ഞാൻ 15 മിനിറ്റാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്, കൂടിപ്പോയി, അതോടെ പറഞ്ഞ് അവസാനിപ്പിക്കും. വേണ്ട, അല്ലെ പിന്നെ അത് ശരിയല്ല. പറഞ്ഞ വാക്ക് പാലിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഏറ്റവും വലുത്. അപ്പം ക്രിസ്തുവും കൃഷ്ണനും നബി തിരുമേനിയും എല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞ നന്മയുടെ പ്രകാശഗോപുരത്തിലേക്ക് ഒരു തലമുറയെ കൊണ്ടുപോകുക എന്ന ചരിത്രപരമായ ദൗത്യമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളത്. ആ ദൗത്യം നിങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റെടുക്കുക. എന്നെപ്പോലുള്ള ഈ പൊതുപ്രവർത്തകരുടെ ഒരു കുഴപ്പം, ഈ മൈക്ക് കിട്ടിയാൽ നിർത്താൻ അറിയത്തില്ല. ആ കോവിഡിൻ്റെ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഒരു നർമ്മവേദി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു മാതൃഭൂമിക്കകത്ത്. ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രവർത്തകൻ, അദ്ദേഹം ആകെ അസ്വസ്ഥനായി, വീട്ടിലിരിക്കുക. ആര്യയ്ക്ക് ഭയങ്കര സന്തോഷമാണ്. വെളുപ്പിനെ പോയി പാതിരയ്ക്ക് വരുന്ന പുള്ളി പകലെല്ലാം ഇരിക്കുക. അപ്പം പുള്ളി നന്നായി വായിക്കും, ഒത്തിരി പുസ്തകം കൊടുത്തു, നല്ല ഭക്ഷണവും കൊടുത്തു. പക്ഷേ എന്നിട്ടും അസ്വസ്ഥനാണ്. അപ്പം പുള്ളിയുടെ പാർട്ടിയുടെ യുവജന നേതാവിനെ വിളിച്ചിടാൻ, നിൻ്റെ നേതാവിന് എന്തോ പ്രശ്നം, നീ ഒന്ന് വന്ന് നോക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ഡോക്ടറോട് വിളിച്ചപ്പം ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു മണമുണ്ട്, രുചിയുണ്ട്, കുഴപ്പമില്ലെന്നോ. അപ്പം പയ്യെ ആ യുവജന നേതാവ് വന്ന് അടിമുടി ഒന്ന് നോക്കിയിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു, ഞാൻ ഇപ്പം ശരിയാക്കാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അവൻ സ്കൂട്ടർ എടുത്ത് ഒറ്റ പോക്കാം. മൈക്കുകാരൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് നിന്നിട്ട് 2 ബോക്സും ഒരു മൈക്കും കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. അയാൾ ഓട്ടോറിക്ഷയെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് വീടിൻ്റെ തിണ്ണെ വെച്ചു. അയൽവക്കത്തുള്ളവരൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് ഡിസ്റ്റൻസ് പാലിച്ച് നിൽക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. അവർ മാസ്കൊക്കെ വെച്ച് നിന്നു. അപ്പം നേതാവിനെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു, പ്രസംഗിച്ചോളാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. പുള്ളി ആ കോവിഡിൻ്റെ കാലത്ത് വീടിൻ്റെ തിണ്ണെ നിന്ന് 1.5 മണിക്കൂർ പ്രസംഗിച്ചു. പുള്ളി അസുഖം മുഴുവൻ പോയി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ പരുവത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകളാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ 15 മിനിറ്റൊക്കെ കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നത് എൻ്റെ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തെ പറ്റിയുള്ള ഒരു ചോദ്യചിഹ്നമായി അവശേഷിക്കുകയാണ്. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എന്ന് ചോദിപ്പിക്കാൻ, കുട്ടികളോട് ചോദിക്കാൻ, സൂര്യൻ കിഴക്കുദിക്കുന്നത് എന്തുകൊണ്ട്, പടിഞ്ഞാറ് അസ്തമിക്കുന്നത് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എന്ന് ചോദിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് ആ കുട്ടികളെ, ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടിയെ ക്ലാസ് മുറിയിൽ നിന്ന് ഇറക്കി വിടാം. പക്ഷെ ചോദ്യം അവിടെ അവശേഷിക്കുക തന്നെ ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് MN വിജയൻ മാഷ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ഉറക്കെ ചോദിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു തലമുറയെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കണം. ആ തലമുറയായിരിക്കണം നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിൽ, അല്ലാതെ നമ്മൾ ആരെയും ഭയപ്പെടുത്തി ഇരുത്തരുത്. ആ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉത്തരം നാം കണ്ടെത്തണം. എല്ലാ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾക്കും ഉത്തരം അധ്യാപകർക്ക് കണ്ടെത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞെന്ന് വരില്ല, എല്ലാം വായിക്കുന്നവർ കഴിഞ്ഞെന്ന് വരില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഉത്തരങ്ങളെ തേടിയുള്ള ഒരു യാത്രയിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു സഹായിയായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യൊപ്പ് ആ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ നിന്നും ഉണ്ടാവണം. ഞാൻ വൈക്കത്ത് എന്ന് പോയാലും ഒരു PC മേനോൻ സാറെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ചങ്ങനാശ്ശേരി NS പ്രിൻസിപ്പളിൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ പോകും. അദ്ദേഹം അന്തരിച്ചു, അദ്ദേഹം മരിക്കുന്നവരെ. എൻ്റെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് നന്മ കാട്ടിത്തന്ന, പ്രവൃത്തിയിലൂടെ കാട്ടിത്തന്ന വലിയ മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു NSS കോളേജിൻ്റെ പഴയ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ PC മേനോൻ സാറ്. അതായിരിക്കണം അധ്യാപകർ, അതായിരിക്കണം ഗുരുക്കന്മാർ. സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ പാർശ്വവൽക്കരിക്കപ്പെട്ട ശ്രേണികളിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്ന ഒരുപാട് കുട്ടികളുണ്ടാവാം. അവരുടെ ജീവിതാവസ്ഥ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിരിക്കാം. നമ്മൾ ആരെയും മുൻവിധിയോടുകൂടി കാണരുത്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും മോശമെന്ന് പറയുന്ന കുട്ടിയുടെ മനസ്സായിരിക്കും ഏറ്റവും നല്ലത്. പക്ഷെ അവൻ്റെ സാഹചര്യങ്ങളായിരിക്കും അവനെ അങ്ങനെയാക്കുന്നത്. അവൻ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ വലിയ ദുഃഖങ്ങളിൽ ദുരിതങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്നവരായിരിക്കാം. അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു അധ്യാപകൻ്റെ, ഒരു ഗുരുവിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ശ്രേഷ്ഠത. അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കി നിങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുക. ഈ മഹത്തരമായ സെമിനാറിൽ പങ്കാളികളാകാൻ സെൻറ്റ് ജോൺ ബാപ്റ്റിസ്റ്റ് കോളേജ് ഓഫ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ നടത്തുന്ന ഈ നന്മ നിറഞ്ഞ കൂട്ടായ്മയിൽ പങ്കാളിയാകാൻ ക്ഷണിച്ചതിൽ പ്രത്യേകം എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഈ പരിപാടി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്തതായി അറിയിക്കുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and engaging words. We truly appreciate your valuable insights.
It's a distinct privilege to invite a scholar of immense stature to the podium for our keynote address. Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttil serves as a director of the Higher Education Council for the Archdiocese of Chenganasheri and is the academic director at Loyola College of Social Sciences. With over 33 years of academic excellence, he has served as the Dean of Commerce and Director of IQAC at the University of Kerala, where he led the institution to an A++ accreditation. A prolific mentor who has guided 42 PhDs and the current president of the Indian Accounting Association. His insights on multidisciplinary education are truly invaluable. I now invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttil, to share his profound insights.
Thank you and good morning one and all. The president of this inaugural function, Most Reverend Father Anthony Ethekard, who is the manager of this college, distinguished speaker, Advocate Reggie, who very honorably inaugurated the seminar and also wonderfully spoke about the theme of multidisciplinarity in a fabric of secular, inclusive, just and an equitable format. We have with us Dr. Madhukar, who is going to deliver a session for you, who is a good friend of mine from MAC Bangalore. Then Father Jijimon, Reverend Father Johnson, Dr. Lissy, and all other teachers, students who have gathered here. First of all, I thank St. John the Baptist College of Higher Education, College of Education for giving me this opportunity to address you as part of this seminar. And also for having chosen this theme of multidisciplinarity, opportunities and challenges. And I also congratulate Father Johnson for collaborating in hosting this event. Now before I start, theme is very simple: multidisciplinary education, opportunities and challenges. I think I can just conclude this with just one term. What is the opportunity? Opportunity is very specifically that of synergy. And what is synergy? 1 + 1 is greater than 2. That is the opportunity. I'll elaborate on that a bit. What is a challenge? The challenge is to navigate into holistic education, breaking all biases and mindset barriers. So only two things we are going to discuss. Number one, how do we get this synergy? 1 + 1 being greater than 2. And number two, how do we break our biases? So that's the theme, that's what we are going to discuss. And I'm quite sure that you will understand this better because you are either teachers or the would-be teachers. So on that count, let us look at education. I'll just share some examples from some of my experiences, very recent experiences. We had a faculty coming to train students in what is known as skill box. skill-based training, impart skill-based training. And she was representing the Infosys Skill House, for which she came for skill-based courses. So she was talking about technology, how technology can enhance value in education. So after the session, there was a question put up to her, where did you do your engineering? And she said, I am not at all an engineer. I am from social work. So how social work navigated into tech embedded skilling. Again, very recently, we have a very popular academic program coming up in video games. So we had an expert from US who was trying to talk about video games in terms of animation. So he delivered a wonderful session talking about this, and towards the end, the same question was posed before him. Where did you actually acquire animation from? And he said, my master's degree is in literature. This is how disciplines today navigate. And that's quite obvious, quite simple, quite integral to all forms of learning. And that is what we need to actually understand. How this integration, how this multidisciplinarity is journeying out. And when I look at my education and the education that is happening today, you see this journey to be gaining momentum in space and in pace in both these dimensions. I finished my master's and my degree around 40 years back. And I'm coming from my basic discipline, commerce and management studies. We used to do our accounting all manually. All accounting processes were manual. And the computers say illa, internet illa, computer illa. So that was how we did our accounting. And then I started teaching. I started teaching in the year 1989. And 5 years from that date, എനിക്ക് assign the topic was computerized accounting. And I don't know anything in computers. ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചിരുന്ന കാലം കോമേഴ്സ് വേറെ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ് വേറെ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറായിട്ടൊന്നും നമുക്ക് വലിയ ബന്ധത്തിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ല. സോ ഇറ്റ് വാസ് കൺസിഡർഡ് ടു ബി സെഗ്മെൻറ്റഡ് വാട്ടർ ടൈറ്റ് കമ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്സ്. നൗ ഐ ഹാവ് ടു ടീച്ച് കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറൈസ്ഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ്. I had to take a diploma in computerized accounting to teach. And then we did Tally. By 2000, our Tally version boy. Now I had to take up a new version of Tally. And just before COVID, accounting, computerized accounting in AI in accounting vannu. And now we have to learn AI. So how do you draw from disciplines, and why this is turning out to be an opportunity? ഇതിൻ്റെ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി വരേണ്ടത്, ദിസ് I'll request all the learners to open up your mind onto this. This opportunity comes in terms of how you become purposive, practical and application oriented when you navigate into another discipline. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ അക്കൗണ്ടൻസി പണ്ട് പഠിച്ചത് ഇങ്ങനെയാണെന്നും ആ അക്കൗണ്ടൻസി വെച്ച് തന്നെ ഇരിക്കാമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ I can never move into hardcore teaching in accounting. I can never create future accountants from the class. I can never move anyone into the profession of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That is the opportunity. That is where 1 + 1 becomes greater than 2. And this is across all disciplines. Today, somebody who is in health science understands how health science gets integrated with material science. Because in health science, we have robotics. We have scan equipments which actually draws from another discipline. All probing instruments are coming up which is from another discipline. ഒരു ഡോക്ടറിൻ്റെ പണി പൂർണ്ണതയിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കണം എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, പ്രാക്ടീസ് ഓറിയൻറ്റഡ് ആക്കണം എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, സിനർജറ്റിക് ആക്കണം എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, he needs to move into that. That is multidisciplinarity. So this is not just there. You already, Father Ethakad was referring to nutrition, economics and health. എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഒരുമിച്ച് നിൽക്കുന്നത്? It comes together, blends together. ഇത് മൂന്നും അറിയാവുന്ന ഒരാളും ഹെൽത്ത് മാത്രമായിട്ട് ഇൻ്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളും, opportunities are quite different. You have numerous opportunities. And the biggest navigation actually happens in teaching. Because no longer we can teach with what we have learnt at the master's or the undergraduate level. We are moving into an age of lifelong learning. When I started looking at myself, we were working on an exercise on higher education reforms, and then at that point of time the NAC chairperson was in Trivandrum, and he was addressing a session, and when he was addressing that session, he said something interesting. He said that in future, and that is where education and educators must open your mind. Future, perhaps, education degrees will come with an expiry date. In the expiry date ഉള്ളത് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകൾക്കാണ്, മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ഡേറ്റ്, എക്സ്പയറി ഡേറ്റ്. ഭാവിയിൽ ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഡിഗ്രികൾക്കും എക്സ്പയറി ഡേറ്റ് വയ്ക്കും. BA 2025, എക്സ്പയറി 27, BCom 26, എക്സ്പയറി 27, സംതിങ് ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ്. സോ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ഹി സേയിങ്? പഠിച്ച ഡിഗ്രി അതേപടി തന്നെ നിലനിർത്തിയാൽ, അപ്സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഇല്ലാതെ, ഫർദർ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഇല്ലാതെ അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ നിലനിർത്തിയാൽ, ഞാനിപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞു ഞാൻ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറൈസ്ഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ്ങിന് പോയി, ഐ ഹാഡ് ടു മൂവ് ഇൻ ടു AI. ഇഫ് ഐ ഡോണ്ട് മൂവ് ഇൻ ടു ദാറ്റ് ലെവൽസ്, then perhaps it dies off. So teachers today, you look at active teaching in the classroom, it has lots and lots of technology. ഞാൻ ഒരു സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിച്ചിരുന്നപ്പോൾ, റീസെൻ്റ്ലി വി വർ ഇൻ എ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഓൺ NCERT. സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിച്ചിരുന്ന കാലം, ഐ വാസ് ജസ്റ്റ് ലുക്കിംഗ് അറ്റ് വാട്ട് ഈസ് നൗ ബീങ് ടോട്ട്. NCERTയിൽ ഒരു സെഷനിൽ, ചെറിയ സ്കൂൾ കുട്ടികൾക്കുള്ള സെഷനിൽ, ഇന്ത്യൻ ആനയും ആഫ്രിക്കൻ ആനയും തമ്മിലുള്ള വ്യത്യാസം, ഡിസ്റ്റിങ്ഷൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്, ഐ സീ ആൻ ഇൻറ്ററാക്റ്റീവ് ബോർഡ് ഇൻ എ 3D dimension where the two elephants are walking in the classroom. Look at how technology has taken over. ഞാൻ പഠിച്ച സമയത്ത് ആകെ ബുക്കിൽ 2 ആനയുടെ പടം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ. But then I need to use this technology. I need to make it tech embedded, and that requires engaging with some other disciplines. We are going to engage with AI in a big way. We are going to engage with machine learning in a big way. Language ലാബുകൾ ആ രീതിയിലാണ് പോകുന്നത്. And the synergy comes, the beauty comes when the disciplines come together. ഇപ്പോൾ commerce has an opportunity, marketing has an opportunity, but when marketing, commerce is engaging with animation, it has a synergetic opportunity in what we call advertising. അപ്പോൾ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് ഫണ്ടമെൻ്റലി പഠിച്ചപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ ആനിമേഷനും കൂടി ചേർത്ത് വെച്ചപ്പോൾ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് അഡ്വർടൈസിങ്ങിലേക്ക് ഒരു വലിയ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള സാധ്യതകളാണ് ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന വാട്ട് വി ടോക്ക് അബൌട്ട് ഇൻ ടേംസ് ഓഫ് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റീവ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് വിത്ത് മീഡിയ സ്റ്റഡീസ്, കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ആൻഡ് ജേർണലിസം, ലോ ആൻഡ് ജേർണലിസം, അങ്ങനെ എന്തെല്ലാം ഡിസിപ്ലിൻസ്. യു ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ദ നൊബേൽ പ്രൈസ് ഇൻ കെമിസ്ട്രി, ഇറ്റ് ലുക്സ് ലൈക്ക് എ വർക്ക് ഇൻ ബയോളജി. There is lot of coding there. There is lot of use of modeling there. You look at a discipline like behavioral finance or behavioral economics, there is lot of psychology there. അത് പൂർണ്ണതയിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ച് പ്രാക്ടീസിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് it comes from psychology. So also the demarcating lines between biotechnology, environment science, biology, zoology, botany, എവിടെയാണ് ഈ സെഗ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്നുള്ളത് തിരിച്ചറിയാൻ പറ്റാത്ത ലെവലിലേക്കാണ് മാറ്റം വരുന്നത്. ദി ആർ ഓൾ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ഇൻറ്റഗ്രൽ. സോ ദ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ദറ്റ് കംസ് അപ്പ് വെൻ യു ആർ ഇൻ ബയോടെക്നോളജി, ബയോസയൻസ് ആൻഡ് വെൻ യു ആർ ഇൻ ഇൻഫോർമാറ്റിക്സ് ഇസ് സോ ഹ്യൂജ്. ഇറ്റ് അൺഫോൾഡ്സ് ബിഫോർ യു. അത് അറിഞ്ഞു വേണം നമ്മൾ ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്ത് പോകാനായിട്ട്. നൗ ദിസ് ഈസ് എ ബിഗ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ദാറ്റ് സ്റ്റാൻഡ്സ്. ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ ഐ സെഡ് 1 + 1 is greater than 2. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് an incremental change. എന്താണ് ഇൻക്രിമെൻ്റൽ ചേഞ്ച്? 1 കൂട്ടിയാൽ 2 ആയി, 2ൻ്റെ കൂടെ 1 കൂട്ടിയാൽ 3 ആയി, 3ൻ്റെ കൂടെ 1 കൂട്ടിയാൽ 4 ആയി. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഇൻക്രിമെൻ്റൽ. 1 വെച്ചാൽ കയറുന്നത്. ദ ചേഞ്ച് ടുഡേ വെൻ യു ഹാവ് ഇൻ എ മൾട്ടി ഡിസിപ്ലിനറി ഫോർമാറ്റ് ഇസ് എക്സ്പോണൻഷ്യൽ. ഇൻക്രിമെൻ്റൽ അല്ല, ഇറ്റ്സ് എക്സ്പോൺ. വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ്? 2 × 2 is 4, 4 × 2 is 8, 8 × 2 is 16. അങ്ങനെയുള്ളൊരു ഗ്രോത്താണ്. ദിസ് ഈസ് എ ബിഗ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി. Now today, when I look at what I was teaching, I retired maybe just 2 years back. But if I look at what I am teaching today, or what I am teaching towards the last part of my education career, it is predominantly not just what I learned. When I start looking at many of those things which I now put across in the classroom, were not there when I was a student. Say for example, commerce, we talk about initial public offer, which was not there when I was a student. We talk about dematerialized trading, which was not there when I was a student. We talk about DP, which was not there when I was a student. But the basic theories were the same. അതാണ് ഞാൻ ഇനി പറയാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. That means, what is this multidisciplinarity or interdisciplinary approach actually bringing? The fundamentals that you have, the specializations that you have, the basics that you have are still relevant. But that will put you somewhere at 50-60% of your strength. Remaining part will come from certain other disciplines. Accounting basics, it's very good today, it is still applicable. പക്ഷെ അന്ന് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ്ങിൽ ചെയ്തിരുന്ന സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യലും റൂൾസ് ആൻഡ് റെഗുലേഷൻസ് അനുസരിച്ച് റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യലും ഇന്നില്ല എന്നല്ല, ഇന്നത് ഓട്ടോമേറ്റഡ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾ മാത്രം പഠിച്ച് ഞാൻ ബേസിക് സ്ട്രോങ് ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഫൈനൽ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷനിലേക്ക് ഞാൻ എത്തില്ല. So if I have to move into that final application, the last 10% or the last 20% of my transition, of my transformation comes when I link with a discipline in a very purposive format. I put that purposive format within bracket. Same thing with medical practitioners. When they talk about holistic medicine, that includes not just curing something, asugam vannu maattal mathralla, it also gives advice on how to have sustainable health, and that requires nutrition. That's why a doctor says, okay, I know a bit of how to have good diets. It also has something to do with psychology. I need to know a bit of psychology, how people have biases. It also has to do something with how social fabric, society fabric, as Advocate Reggie rightly pointed out. We need to understand that. This is the opportunity that is. So it brings in an opportunity for holistic education. Again, holistic education is not a new concept. It did not come with NEP 2020. It was there for long, and it was there for long in India, even beyond what it was there elsewhere. Holistic education, the classic example is what we say in Gurukulam system of education. Avade oru student is entrusted to a guru. That guru is not just giving you information and preparing you for a job. That guru decides when you should sleep, when you should wake up, how you should relate with others, how you should respect others, how you should look at environment, how you should look at resources, water, air, clean energy, and how you should have your personality. Idana holistic education. Anganella holistic education, I need to have a bit of environment. I need to have a bit of inclusiveness. I need to have a bit of concern for nature, concern for society. Our foundation is what it unfolds as an opportunity. And it requires knowing a bit in-depth technology, because many things are moving towards tech-embedded format. Whatever the discipline it is you are in, even literature has technology into it. That is multidisciplinarity. So this is precisely what the opportunity is. Opportunity is synergetic growth, movement into a pathway where you are making education meaningful and purposeful, and you're bringing in holistic kind of change in your educators. So educators and the society at large. Idana and opportunity. Actually, because now we have the what you call galaxy of educators here. Our 4-year UG പ്രോഗ്രാമും NEP ഒക്കെ ഈ ഒരു ധാരണയിലാണ് മൾട്ടിഡിസിപ്ലിനാരിറ്റി കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. ബട്ട് വാട്ട് ഹാപ്പൻ ടു ഇറ്റ്? ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വെയർ ഐ എം കംപ്ലീറ്റിംഗ് വിത്ത് മൈ ലാസ്റ്റ് പാർട്ട്, ചാലഞ്ച്. എന്താണ് ചാലഞ്ച്? നമ്മൾ 4 ഇയർ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു, നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു 50% മേജർ, അതാണ് ഒരു നമ്മുടെ ചോയ്സ് ഓഫ് ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ, സ്പെഷ്യലൈസേഷൻ 50%. ബാക്കി മൈനർ ഫ്രം ആൻ അതർ ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ, multidisciplinary course from another discipline. Then you have value added course, it can come with holistic format. ഇതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. But the problem here is we entered into multidisciplinarity without having or without appreciating or comprehending the purpose behind it. അങ്ങനെ വന്നപ്പോൾ എന്ത് പറ്റി? This multidisciplinarity turned out to be numbers. ഇത്ര കോഴ്സ് മൈനർ എടുക്കണം, അത്ര നമ്പർ ഇത്ര വേണം, ഒരു MDC എടുക്കണം, അപ്പോൾ 1 we need നമ്പർ. അതെന്തെങ്കിലും ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, എന്താ പർപ്പസ്? ഇപ്പോൾ ഇഫ് ഐ വോണ്ട് ടു മേക്ക് മൈ അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ്, ഞാൻ ഡെലിബറേറ്റ്ലി AI in അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് എടുക്കണം. ഒരു ഡോക്ടർ who wants to do surgery and he knows that robotics in surgery has come, he must take robotics. Somebody who is doing behavioral finance and he understands that ഈ behavioral finance psychology ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അയാൾ psychology എടുക്കണം. പക്ഷേ ഇത് പറഞ്ഞു തരാനും ഈ പർപ്പസീവ് ബ്ലെൻഡിങ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് നടക്കുന്നത്, ക്രിയേറ്റീവ് കോമ്പിനേഷൻസ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഉണ്ടാവണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു തരാൻ പലപ്പോഴും ആളില്ലാത്ത സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ, ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ യുവർ എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റേഴ്സ് ആർ ഹിയർ, ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ ഐ എം ടെല്ലിങ് യു ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആർ ഹിയർ. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വൈ മെൻറ്ററിങ് ബിക്കം സോ ക്രൂഷ്യൽ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്ത് പറ്റുന്ന വെച്ചാൽ ഈ മൾട്ടി ഡിസിപ്ലിനാരിറ്റി ഓൺ ബുക്സ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ദെയർ, ഇൻ ടേംസ് ഓഫ് ചോയ്സ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ദെയർ, in terms of exercising choice it is there, but they have taken it without much meaning. Let me give you some examples. 4-year UG-il one college which I went, I'm not naming the college, ആ കോളേജിൽ MDC മൾട്ടി ഡിസിപ്ലിനറി കോഴ്സ് എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. all of us are doing multi disciplinary course. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു ഏതാ മൾട്ടി ഡിസിപ്ലിനറി കോഴ്സ്? ഫിസിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ I said what is the purpose of commerce students doing physical education? അതൊന്നും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ സാറേ, ഒരെണ്ണം എടുക്കണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, ഞങ്ങൾ എടുത്തു. That is where I'm saying we are not understanding the. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ തന്നെ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസിൽ there are courses which will add value to what they are doing, which will add more skills to what they are doing. അതൊന്നും പരിഗണിക്കാതെ നോക്കാതെ they are just moving into that line. This is a challenge. The second important challenge is how do you make ourselves holistic? That's why we said foundation courses. I should know something about environment. You look at all great institutions, they have, even in our arts and science college, basic environment പറ്റി ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ വേണം. How to look at things which we should not use. Biodegradability, use of water, have clean energy. Many places in India are places where we are now either not able to breathe good air, or we are not able to travel using the roads, or we have a huge compilation of waste. എന്നിട്ട് നമ്മളെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞു മൾട്ടി ഡിസിപ്ലിനാരിറ്റി ആയ എൻവയൺമെൻറ്റ് പഠിപ്പിച്ചു. ആ എൻവയൺമെൻറ്റ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നവരാണ് ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് വി ആർ നോട്ട് പേർപ്പസീവ്. യു സീ പ്ലേസസ്, വി ഹാഡ് എൻ എക്സാമ്പിൾ വെരി റീസെൻ്റ്ലി, എ ഡെലിഗേറ്റ് ഓഫ് ഫോറിൻ റിസർച്ചേഴ്സ് കമ്മിങ് ടു ലയല കോളേജ്. അപ്പോൾ ദേ ഹാഡ് എ സ്മോൾ ചൈൽഡ് വിത്ത് ദെം. അപ്പോൾ ആ കോളേജിൽ വന്നപ്പോൾ കൊച്ചിന് പഴം കൊടുത്തു. നമ്മൾ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ ഈ കൊച്ചി 1 മണിക്കൂറായി പഴത്തിൻ്റെ തൊലി ഇങ്ങനെ കൈ പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നടക്കുക. The child did not find a bin into which it can be thrown. If it was an Indian child, എവിടെയും throw ചെയ്യാം. This is the difference. That means our culture that has become so integral to their culture. That is where I said towards the beginning, multidisciplinarity we have to be very very purposive. Ritualistic ആയിട്ട് number based ആയിട്ടുള്ള linkage കൊണ്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. We should see that this touches us. The future of education is that transformation. And that's what all of you might have heard about when we talk about outcome-based education. അവിടെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട് എഫക്റ്റീവ് ഡൊമെയിനിലേക്ക് അത് ചെല്ലണം, സൈക്കോമോട്ടോ ഡൊമെയിനിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഹാർട്ടിലേക്കും നമ്മുടെ ഇൻറ്റേർണലൈസ് കോൺസെപ്റ്റ്സിലേക്കും അത് വരണം. Why are we learning science? To practice science. I might be doing literature, but I'm learning a bit of science to link with environment. Why am I doing a bit of robotics? To find application. Why am I doing a bit of technology? To see that it enriches my learning experience. So with that purpose I engage and I'm meaningfully blending into that. That is exactly what we have. If you understand this at this point, ഇങ്ങനെ നമ്മളത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയാൽ opportunities are so huge. It is multifold when compared to challenges. Challenges are something which we can very easily address. Challenges can be addressed just if you remove the mindset biases. If you remove a culture of learning for the sake of just striking examinations. If you remove that bias and come into hardcore internalizing it, introspecting over it, pondering over it and then transforming, that is a big opportunity. Opportunities to learn are so huge. That too, opportunities to learn free is so huge. ഏതെങ്കിലും എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നവർ, BA ചെയ്യുന്നവർ, BCom ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക് എന്തെല്ലാം ആഡ് ഓൺ കോഴ്സസ് ഉണ്ട്. Through MOOCs, through Coursera, through different formats, എന്തെല്ലാം സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്. Where you must understand and deliberately indulge with the disciplines that are related to yours, or that are related to your career, or that are related to your passion. അങ്ങനെ എൻഗേജ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അവസരങ്ങൾ എൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് ക്യാമ്പസിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല, ഇപ്പോൾ ധാരാളം ഉണ്ട്. പലതിനും കോളേജിലൊന്നും പോകേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. So keep your ears and eyes open. Understand how the disciplines sitting this side and that side will have a blending with what your discipline is. Develop your skills and competencies on that line and remove all biases. Make your mind very broad. Try to take the best out of everything and have a journey which is navigating you to the world of opportunities, When you use that strengths, obviously the challenges will be very negligible. But your thought process, your making yourself purposive is something which is very crucial. This is the world that we have today. So it's not always believing that, okay, everything, we cannot change what is happening outside. പുറത്ത് AI വരും, റിഫോംസ് വരും, NEP വരും, പുതിയ ഡിസിപ്ലിനുകൾ, ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ ബേസ്. ഇപ്പോൾ വാട്ട് ഈസ് എ ക്വാളിഫിക്കേഷൻ ഓഫ് എ ടീച്ചർ, അതുപോലെ ഇപ്പോൾ ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ. ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് നെസസറി ഫ്രം ദ സെയിം ക്വാളിഫിക്കേഷൻ. നിങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ ക്വാളിഫൈഡ് മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ഡിഗ്രി ഉണ്ടെന്നും പറഞ്ഞ് അതിൻ്റെ ബേസിസിൽ ഞാനാണ് ഈ വിഷയം പഠിക്കാൻ ഏറ്റവും യോഗ്യരായിട്ടുള്ളതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സംബഡി ഫ്രം എൻ അതർ ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ വിൽ കം ആൻഡ് സിറ്റ് ബിഫോർ യു, because they have better skills in practice, better competencies to do, and better integration with other disciplines. So grab that opportunity, navigate and transform yourself using the huge, ocean of opportunities in different disciplines. It is all there outside, but try to see how it blends with what I'm doing, what I would like to do in future, and thereby reach that heights. Thank you so much and wish you all the very best.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Gabriel Simon Tattil for such an illuminating and thought-provoking keynote address.
I now invite Reverend Father Johnson Matthew, Principal of St. John the Baptist College of Special Education, a dedicated leader in the field of inclusivity and a true pillar of our college. His guidance continues to be our greatest strength. I now request Father to offer his felicitations.
Respected Chief Guest, beloved Manager, esteemed resource persons and distinguished delegates, honorable conveners of this international seminar, respected Principal, faculty members, and dear teacher trainees. It gives me great pleasure to facilitate this international seminar on navigating the challenges and opportunities of a multidisciplinary approach in higher education. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt felicitation to our honored guests and eminent scholars whose presence adds immense academic value to this seminar. We are truly grateful for your willingness to share your expertise and insights with us. In the contemporary educational landscape, higher education is undergoing a profound transformation. The complex challenges of today's world demand approaches that go beyond the limits of the individual disciplines. A multidisciplinary approach encourages holistic thinking, innovation, and collaboration, enabling institutions to prepare learners for an interconnected and dynamic global society. From the perspective of special education, this approach is particularly significant. Learners are diverse in abilities, needs, and experiences. Integrating knowledge from education, psychology, technology, health sciences, and social sciences helps us create inclusive, flexible, and learner-centered educational practices. At the same time, we must thoughtfully address challenges such as curriculum integration, faculty readiness, and effective implementation. This seminar provides a valuable platform to reflect on these issues, exchange best practices, and explore innovative strategies that can strengthen higher education and promote inclusive excellence. I am confident that the academic deliberations and interactions during this seminar will inspire meaningful dialogue and foster collaborative thinking among educators and researchers. On behalf of the College of B.Ed Special Education, I once again felicitate all our distinguished guests and participants and wish this international seminar a very success. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your kind words.
To formally express our gratitude to all those who contributed to the success of this inaugural session, I invite Professor Dr. Lizzie Koshi, faculty member and seminar convener, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Most Reverend Father Anthony Athakad, Manager, St. John the Baptist College of Education, Advocate Reggie Zakaria, Syndicate Member, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Turtle, Director, Higher Education Council, Archdiocese of Chaganasheri, Dr. Father Jojimon George, Principal, St. John the Baptist College of Education, Reverend Father Johnson Matthew, Principal, St. John the Baptist College of Special Education, other dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty members, and dear participants. It was indeed a good morning as we listened to some scholarly insights and visionary outlooks delivered by the speakers in the inaugural session. It has actually enriched this academic gathering, I should say. Most Reverend Father Anthony Athakad, I deeply thank you for your thoughtful and inspiring words, which reminded us of the deeper values that guide education. Father also pointed out that the real areas to be explored through multidisciplinary education. Advocate Reggie Zakaria, sir, I extend my sincere thanks to you for your novel perspectives on multidisciplinary education. It has broadened our paradigm in this academic endeavor. I am immensely grateful to Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Turtle for the academic insights on the contemporary challenges and opportunities in multidisciplinary education. You showed us that synergy and adaptability is imperative in today's world to keep us going. Better go as rolling stones than gather moss. Thank you, sir. Dr. Father Jojimon George, Father has set the tone for this international academic gathering with vision, warmth, and purpose. I must say his leadership continues to inspire our institution's commitment to excellence and global engagement. Thank you, Father. Reverend Father Johnson Matthew, I thank you for your collaboration and cooperation in this academic pursuit. We are honored by the presence of our distinguished guests and scholars, Dr. B.S. Madhukar, former advisor and GCEC member, NAC, Professor Harry Cletus, former principal, St. Albert's College, Ernakulam, Dr. Bethan Mitchell, program director, University of South Wales, UK, Dr. Carmel Corn, associate professor, University of South Wales, UK. Your association with this seminar has added international depth, academic credibility, and intellectual richness to our deliberations. I extend my sincere thanks to all the delegates, presenters, faculty members, student volunteers, and the support staff whose dedication and teamwork made this happen. Finally, I thank each one present here for your graceful participation and goodwill. Special thanks to the college choir for the soulful invocation, which has added a wonderful tone to this occasion. On behalf of SJB College, I thank you all once again and wish the seminar fruitful deliberations and meaningful outcomes. Thank you.
With this, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony of the International Seminar on Navigating the Challenges and Opportunities of Multidisciplinary Approach in Higher Education. The inspiring words and visionary insights shared this morning have set a strong academic tone for the deliberations that will follow over the next 2 days.
We extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries, honored speakers, and resource persons for gracing this occasion and for enriching us with their wisdom and guidance. We also thank all the delegates, participants, and organizers for their presence and wholehearted support. May this seminar serve as a meaningful platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovative thinking. With these thoughts, we formally conclude the inaugural session and invite all participants to actively engage in the forthcoming academic sessions. Thank you all.
May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem to be led by the college choir.
This brings the formal proceedings of the inaugural function to a close. We shall now proceed for a tea break. After the tea break, the program will resume at 11:30 a.m. with the theme presentation by Dr. B.S. Madhukar, formerly advisor, GC, Executive Committee member of NAC. Sir will be addressing us on the topic, the use of AI in quality assurance in multimedia education. We request everyone to kindly reassemble on time to be part of this insightful session.
സ്റ്റുഡൻസും അടുത്തേക്ക് പ്രവേശിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ സെഷൻ ഉടൻ തന്നെ ആരംഭിക്കുകയാണ്. ഓഡിറ്റോറിയത്തിന് പുറത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ സ്റ്റുഡൻസും ഓഡിറ്റോറിയത്തിനുള്ളിലേക്ക് പ്രവേശിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. We request all the students outside the auditorium to enter the auditorium for the first session of our international seminar.
Distinguished guests, learned faculty members and dear students, we now transition from our formal inauguration into the heart of our academic discourse. It is the time to commence the first technical session of this international seminar.
To set the tone for the session and formally welcome our esteemed resource person, I invite respected Krishna Priya Miss to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning to our distinguished guests, esteemed participants, and all those present here. It is our great pleasure to warmly welcome Dr. Madhukar B.S. to this international seminar. Dr. Madhukar B.S. is a distinguished academician and expert in quality assurance in higher education with over 30 years of professional experience. He has served the National Assessment and Accreditation Council (NAC) Bengaluru for more than 2 decades, including as advisor and general council member. He has made significant contributions to assessment, accreditation, and promotion of quality in higher education across the country. An engineer by training with an MBA in finance and a PhD in management, Dr. Madhukar has played a key role in academic planning, assessor training, research, and coordination of accreditation processes for universities and colleges nationwide. We are honored to have such an eminent expert with us today. On behalf of the organizing committee of this international seminar, I extend a very warm welcome to Madhukar B.S. and wish him a meaningful association with this seminar. Also, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our principal, Dr. Jojimon George, and all our fellow participants and all those present here to this wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss, for those warm words of welcome and for providing the context for today's deliberations.
We are deeply honored to have with us a stalwart in the field of higher education and quality assurance. Our theme presenter for this session is Dr. B.S. Madhukar. Dr. Madhukar comes with a wealth of experience, having served as an advisor and GCEC member of NAC. His insights into quality enhancement through a multidisciplinary approach are invaluable as we navigate the changing landscapes of education. Sir, we are eagerly look forward to your presentation.
Good morning to all of you, the Honorable Principal and all the faculty, students of St. John Baptist College of Education. And I'm not able to hear. I'm honored to be here and share my thoughts with you. I want to know whether in the last benches you are able to hear? No? Or you are happy not hearing? I think somebody could work on that. Since they are not able to hear, maybe a sound box or something you can. Oh, this is okay. Okay, this way. Go and put it off. Otherwise there will be echo both on there. Okay. So in the morning, you heard a lot about multidisciplinary education and all that and why it is important and so many things. I don't have much to add about what is multidisciplinary education and all that. You know about it, and in your life you also understand that life itself is multidisciplinary. You don't have to bifurcated. Anyway, our education system at one point bifurcated it. Now they are bringing it back. Now I want to, maybe you could have heard a news item maybe a few months back that a couple in Mumbai who are software engineers or software developers appointed a person to look after their family affairs, an executive person to look after their family affairs, because they are so tied up with their profession. So they had no time to look after the family. So to pay your bills, etc., etc., they thought it is better to appoint an assistant to run the family. So which is not unheard of. We don't know, even to run a family it's becoming more difficult because of technology and other ages. Many earlier, okay, we could always say, okay, I will be happily married and nothing much to worry. Now this concept of happily married is also getting challenged. Even to get a car, a cab, even if it is front of you, you have to go through an app. You cannot just get into a cab easily. Either a Ola or a Uber, you say, sir, put it in the app, then I will get a request, then I will come to you. So one cab standing in front of you, you cannot just claim in and go wherever you want. So while technology is challenging even the role of the teachers, you may have heard, is teaching learning process required? I am trying to share these points because I see a lot of prospective teachers in this hall. You are all M.Ed, B.Ed students, most of you are. Before I get into the core of that accreditation issue, which is more to do with the management of the institution than most of you could be involved in. So as a teacher, your role is being challenged. Do you have to really teach? The teaching learning process as it was, like now you go to a class, your teacher will teach you, etc., is being challenged. So what could be the role of the teacher? It is for all of you to explore what is the role of the teacher going to be later, when you are 10 years down the line. You are a teacher, what will be your role? What will you teach the students? How will you teach them? Earlier you were a repository of knowledge. Now knowledge is available everywhere. You Google, you do AI. Now Google was one thing. You ask Google a question. Now AI does more than that. Then what will a teacher do? A student, by the time you ask a question, the student is ready with an answer. Now what is that you are going to do? See, the role of teacher can never end, because you have to learn to make students come out of the complexity they will get into. It is going to be a very complex world. It is already complex with so much of technology, so much of apps that is coming in. And you are not, all are not equally trained to handle technology. And it is also complex. It is not such an easy thing. The hundreds of passwords you have to remember. I'm saying very simple things, but it's complicated when you get into that. So many passwords, so many things you have to remember. It becomes so complex in life. Earlier, if you used to keep a phone that suddenly in case of an emergency, you call somebody or call a doctor, etc. Now if you lose a phone, that itself will become an emergency. You are tied up into a phone in your life, in today's life, a smartphone, etc., which is everything. If you lose a phone, it is like losing something very big in life. So that is where you are heading to. So what will be the role of the teacher? The teacher has, the students who come up are going to be technology savvy as it is. They're born into technology, whereas we were not born into technology. Technology came later in our life. So we were conscious, we learnt our arithmetic, etc., English languages through the hard way, through communication, through our teachers, through our peers, etc. Now you see many places, you go to a park and even a boy and a girl sitting together will be watching something on the screen. They have no time to talk to each other. Maybe they are lovers also. No time to talk to each other. Technology has invaded it so much. But what will the teacher do? Now you have to make life simpler. In this complicated world, that will be the role of the teacher. Everybody will not be able to handle all the technological changes that happens so very fast. You have to make life, as a teacher, you have to be a guide, a philosopher, a friend, etc. to the coming generation of students. They will be dependent on you not for the content of teaching learning. The content is available, but all other things they need cannot be given by AI or anything. You cannot ask, even if you can ask, I am not off mood, it will give you 10. You write to in Gemini or something, I am off mood. It will give you a set of solutions. Go to park, talk to somebody. But who is that somebody? As I said, no, the husband and wife had no time. They had to engage a manager to run the house. So with that kind of a world turning into where you have no time for anything else, so that becomes very difficult. So that is where the role of teachers come in. As teachers, you have the maximum time with your students, and the role of the teacher may not be giving out content, but to give out other essentials of life which a machine cannot do. So what you have to do is, you have to become multidisciplinary on your own. The institution used to take responsibility earlier to make you a graduate, etc., etc. Now what is the role? Now you have to take the responsibility for developing yourself, for being a good teacher. A marks card now has very, very little value. Yes, it is required that you are a B.Ed graduate, etc. Now in the next, before 2030, most of you in the faculty could know, the NCTE has said education should be multidisciplinary. That is, you will join into this stream after 12th standard and you will get a dual degree. That you will do some BSc, etc., etc., and with that you acquire an education degree. This is the administrative part of it. Will that be enough? No, because your role as a teacher is changing. You need to rework yourself to be a very good teacher. Otherwise, teaching learning is, content is taken care of by something outside a teacher today. Even I don't know how many of you have recently visited your library also. You have a good library here? How many of you visit library? Hardly anybody. It is maybe one or two, madam is disagreeing. But anyway, hardly anybody. How many students, how many of you visit library regularly? Students, backside. How many of you visit library regularly? Okay, how many of you have seen your college website yesterday? No, I don't want to talk about complex things, strategy, that, this. We'll come to the grassroots. How many of you have seen website yesterday, day before yesterday? Your college website? What does it say? You have? WhatsApp tool is there, so it will take care. WhatsApp group. I am talking about your website. Passed on through the WhatsApp group. Okay, that's good. But anyway, take time to see that also. Because you have to know whether it's updated. Why I am coming to these points are, there is one thing, the human side of this whole thing, of technology. The human side of technology you have to handle. As teachers, you have to handle the human side of technology, which by its very nature is multidisciplinary. Even as you cook in a home, it is a multidisciplinary thing. It is not, you know what ingredients to add, when something has to be what. It is part of inventory, tastes of each individuals. Then the mother knows, she cooks, she does it in her computer, how to do it. So that itself is multidisciplinary. Now we are saying you learn multidisciplinary. Life is multidisciplinary, so you learn it on your own. You have to learn so many issues. Even in B.Ed, ITB courses, etc., they will say, okay, you learn a little physics or something else and you will get a B.Ed degree. But will B.Ed degree in itself get you a job? That is the challenge. You have to update yourself on your own. A college, earlier I got an engineering degree, I got a management degree, I got a PhD, I got a job. Because based on the strength of my learning institution. Now that will be removed. Because you can learn academic bank of credits, etc. you have. You can learn across disciplines by joining various institutions. So that becomes a challenge to most of you who are studying today. So you forget about top-down approach to education. The teacher will tell you, I learn it. That will change. You learn yourself more than what is taught in the institution. You take additional courses through whatever, through an academy or a UGC courses, online, offline, etc., will become very important. So, what I am trying to say is the model is getting from top down to bottom up. Learn for yourself. And the next point that I am to make is, is there a need for everybody to earn a living? Or the earlier model of, okay, the husband goes for work, the wife looks after the house, does it still have a practical application? I'm not talking about ambition, restrictions and all that. Just on the basic level. That itself is weakening. Like, if you have to have a reasonably decent life, the earning has to be met by the whole family. So that is changing. Don't ever feel once I get my education, life will be good if I get a good partner, etc. Even that is changing. And there also technology is playing a role. You have to learn, you have to keep learning even to be in the house. You have to order food, you have to know how to use an app. You need to order, make a bank transaction, you know how to do it. You have to pay UPI, you know how to use an UPI. And now it is becoming more and more. If you ask somebody, sir, you come, you please deliver it my house, you will say send the location. You know how to send. Even location is not easy. Then it is live location and current location. You have to know all this. Then live location is valid for how many hours you want it to be valid. See, it is not, once you put all this together, it becomes complex. Life becomes complex on its own. So as a teacher, you have a double responsibility to make others' life simple and your life also simple. That is the role of a teacher. So with these words, I think I will move to my presentation, which is about use of AI in assessment and accreditation. How many of you have heard about assessment, accreditation, and also about NAC? How many of you have heard about assessment, accreditation, and NAC? Not in syllabus. About accreditation, about NAC? Which syllabus you have in NAC? NAC is what? National? So why do you want to get, why an institution should get accredited? About the quality of that. Good. Where is NAC located? Bangalore. Only you are answering. What about others? Where is it located? Do you agree with what she said? Is it in Bangalore? Anyway, whether it's Bangalore or it is in Delhi, whatever it is, please, what I am trying to say is, please keep updating yourself. Please keep updating yourself through other sources also. When somebody says he's coming from NAC, you should know the history of NAC a little. Okay, I will understand. If somebody comes from some other, your resource persons, I think, I also feel there are international resource persons who are online here. Very good that online, you are getting used to an online system, which more and more will be part of your life. Because the economics of it, to calling me from Bangalore, it costs the institution. The institution may decide why call him. We will ask him to go online. There is some inputs for being called. You get some face-to-face interaction, etc. But at the same time, there are issues of cost. So finally, decisions will be taken on cost versus human interaction. That's a radical change from what has happened. Earlier there was no online. Cost versus human interaction decisions were not usually taken. You are forced to bring somebody if you wanted something good, because there is a face-to-face connect. Now you will have a choice. Now you have to make a decision whether online education is good than getting somebody physical. Is a new dimension of decision making you are into. How many have experienced online teaching? I think nobody from COVID batch is here. They are all passed out. Huh? How many of you like online teaching? Are you very comfortable? So this is a transition phase. Even if you are not comfortable, the institution will be forced to give you online education. You have to make yourself comfortable. That is the challenge of all these things. How do you make yourself comfortable? If that online education is not good enough, you have to go to somebody else, interact with them, etc., and then get into it. So with this, I don't know whether it was a wanted brief or an unwanted brief. Anyway, I have shared with you because I thought it was worth sharing. Then the presentation I am going to make. This presentation is largely for an accreditation cycle. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I am audible in the back. Sorry. So I will try to keep my mic near my mouth so that you will also be able to hear. And maybe if you have missed something, you can, your friends will share with you whatever I said before. So now let me go to the presentation. It is about, first one, back, first slide. It is about use of AI in quality assurance in multidisciplinary education. How does it help? Because the challenges of multidisciplinary is what is the global topic. Since I come from accreditation background, I thought I will touch this area also in a general way. Because if I want to go into the specific of it, I need to sit with your IQAC team of the institution and discuss in detail. But in a general way where it is applicable to all of you, I will try to share my thoughts. Next slide. This is a disclaimer. You can all just go through this. You can read it yourself. I don't want to read this. The group in the end, can you read? Okay. This is saying that this presentation is for education purpose and it doesn't guarantee any outcomes. It is an educational, what I call as a presentation. That's what it says in brief. Next slide. See, this is, many of you could have seen in your WhatsApp group. This is a kind of an analogy I am trying to make of what I am going to subsequently present. This is what is called as Choluteca Bridge, which is in Honduras. This bridge was built by that country because they have large-scale hurricanes. Hurricanes is high winds with high velocity, which used to destroy these bridges. So they got the best of engineers from the world and built this bridge so that it will stand hurricanes to what is called as level 5, that is the maximum level. So they built this bridge. Next slide. The bridge was built, everything was done, but the river changed the course. The river went that side. You show this. You see that. So what happened is the bridge became a bridge to nowhere. All your efforts, everything you done so far was a zero. So this is how patterns in life happen. That's why they were talking multidisciplinary, that does and all that. And moreover, at this point, I want to make one point. I'm not sure whether it will happen in life or not. They are talking about what is called as gig economy. Gig economy, many of you may know, but gig economy means in life you will be doing more than 1 or 2 jobs, not single job. I joined NAC, then I spent 20, 30 years there, etc., etc. But in the next generation may not get a single job. Like you may be a teacher in the morning and you may do some baking in the evening. So 2 different skills. One is morning you need one skill, afternoon you need another skill. After a few years you may need a 3rd skill. Like you may be in animation and you don't know what is going to change. Now I feel, after all my PhD, etc., I feel I am becoming redundant without the knowledge of AI applications. There are about 40-50 software tools which has been offshoot of AI learning. Now, which institution will be able to teach? Very few. You have to learn yourself, explore and learn. So this is the situation we are in today. Why so? Next slide. Now let us see the ecosystem in India under transition. The education ecosystem is under transition in India. Next slide. What are the transition factors? One is COVID, which started in 2019. Then we have national education policy, which many of you could have seen the documents, read it, what it says. Then you have NCTE guidelines, integrated teaching education program. It is a challenge to the management of your institution. How to become you are now a single education institution, single faculty education institution, you have to become a multi-faculty education institution. So naturally the management is worried how I become a multi-faculty. It's a challenge. You have to understand all this. This may be more relevant to the management of the institution than the student, but you understand that there is a challenge to even the institution today. There is a challenge to you, there is a challenge to the institution, there is a challenge to the next generation, learners who are going to enter the portals of this institution. And it is a challenge to all students who are going to become teachers. Because by the time you pass out, the way the course is conducted will be changed, will be changing. They say it is 2030. There can be no single standalone institutions in education. So all three, the students who are going to come, the teachers who are there, the management, and the students who are going to pass out, now B.Ed, M.Ed students, when they have to join to an education institution, you are going to join a different kind of institution. So the challenge exists there. Next is Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhistan, WVBSA bill. This is another bill where all regulatory authorities like AICTE and NBA, NCTE, UGC will be clubbed together. And this will be a 58-member body, altogether distributed. So how complex the decision making will be in these bodies. Whether it is relevant to you, yes, it is more than relevant, because the decision they are going to make will affect you. You are to execute those decisions. So what does it mean? It means you have to be a very agile organization. You have to be very agile. You cannot say, this is it. There is no this is it. Because it is going to be changing. When a new organization is established, they are under pressure to change. They have to perform because somebody else is looking for their performance. So that is one aspect that will come. And then NAC accreditation. Now they are talking about binary accreditation. It is not yet still come out in the public domain. But you have to go through accreditation, which becomes important because till now we have not gone through the accreditation. Because it may be prerequisite to join another institutions. I'm not very sure, but it can be. So accreditation becomes important to you. Why accredit, and what is the role of, one is that there's a role of the institution in planning for the accreditation process. But there's a role for the faculty, the teachers, the students, etc. also in this process, which I will delineate a little later. Now, we have talked about technology development. It is developing so rapidly. You all know. And consequence of technology development is gig economy. This is a consequence of that. As I said, you cannot just even, without understanding so many things, without this cell phone, most of our life doesn't exist. It is like an emergency situation. Only thing is, you have to learn it out. There is no doctor to help you. Maybe when it becomes excesses, there is a doctor. The need for a doctor now. The bad effects of technology is also coming out. And this is one area where the prospective teachers also have a role. How much you use technology. And now even a small kid that is born sees a video to eat, which many say is bad. Up to 5 years in some Western countries, they have banned use of technology for kids. They don't allow now. Using all these reels, etc., it's not allowed. So this is a challenge which the teachers will be facing. This is not in your syllabus, but you have to face. This is what you do day to life. That's why the role of teacher is not over. The role of teacher gets changed, and you have to train yourself for these things. There is no syllabus. If a child is uncomfortable, there is no syllabus how to, you can say, you can counsel, you can talk, those things you read, but finally you have to do. So it's multidisciplinary. You have to know the psychology of child, the family, the anthropology, then the technology. If it is upset because he cannot use technology, so there's a lot of things a teacher need to do, particularly when you are teaching up to high school level. Then technology is over. Next slide. Next slide. Back you go back. 2 slides back. Next. See, this is an extract from NEP. I just said taken one extract which says, I will read because of in the end they will not be able to see. As teacher education requires multidisciplinary inputs and education in high quality content as well as pedagogy, all teachers of education must be conducted with composite multidisciplinary institutions. That's why they are talking about merging institutions. What is behind calling for multidisciplinary institution is this. Then all standalone TC will required to convert to MUST by 2030, since they will have to offer the 4-year integrated teaching program by then. I don't know whether this will be true. This is more for the teachers and the management and also the students, because you will be entering institutions of this nature. So this is a question mark thing for the institution, and how do you strategize or plan for this? Next slide. Now for converting into a multidisciplinary institution, how do you convert yourself into a multidisciplinary institution? You have to do some compatibility studies. First, there are some rules, 10 kilometers, 3 kilometers, all that stuff. Apart from that, when you merge, you have to do a compatibility study, whether the management of that institution and your institution matches, whether you have a good understanding of it, what is the long-term issues connected with it. Now you have a principal, your principal and other principal are friends. You join, 5 years later you have trouble. So this is more for the management. You have to look at long-term compatibility of your understanding. Or you want to start your own course, then there's other challenges to that. Then accreditation may be a prerequisite. I think you have to start planning for your accreditation right away. Whether it happens or not, or whether it will be a prerequisite or not, you have to go through an accreditation process, because I can tell you for the next 20 years, accreditation will remain in this country as far as my knowledge goes. So you cannot escape accreditation, you have to go through the process. Maybe NAC has not launched the binary accreditation so far. Once it is launched, I think it's a good thing that they have moved into the binary mode, so that the amount of documentation that may be required could be less, and the nature of documentation will change. That I am going to speak a little later. How will the nature of documentary changes affect an institution, and what you need to do? That is one part of it. This is not only for accreditation, it will be for other issues also. And timelines. You have to work on certain timelines. These are decisions administrative, because you have to run an institution. These are academic and administrative decisions. The other part is humane decisions, where you have to take, where you have to learn, you have to understand, you have to deal for your own survival. And this is for institutional survival's next level. The institution has to take certain angles. It also have to attract students. That will be a big challenge. To attract students will be a big challenge. Now you have a catchment area, like this place, this district or Kottayam district you are in. So nearby, every year you are getting 100 students, 50 students, etc. So your catchment is good and you have a reputation here. Now if gets opened, other institutions does start doing better than you, offer some other add-ons, etc., etc. You don't know. The branding, here the issue of branding comes up. You can say I am a most famous institution in Kottayam, but that doesn't help. You have to brand yourself beyond Kottayam, because it may not be necessary your students will get job only in this vicinity. Maybe they may have to go. Now since online education is there, you may be teaching somebody sitting in South Africa or something like that. It's a clear possibility. Keep that morning. Professor Gabriel also said it in a different way. Please understand, the canvas is too big. The canvas is big. Your thinking also should match the canvas. If you limit your thinking, the canvas will go big, but you will become small, because in this earth, you are in the world, India, then Kerala, then Kottayam, then this room, and I am here. I am a very small speck in this universe. Unless I open my eyes and see, okay, this is the largeness of this world, I will be nowhere. So you have to keep yourself open to this big canvas. Otherwise it will have personal impact to you, unless you are extremely lucky to get through some other means, or you have enough to manage on your own. That also, without learning technology, that's also difficult. Even if you have everything to go through, you have to learn you have to be a learner. Next slide. Now, role of AI, very important aspect, because whether you like it or not, AI will exist. Like earlier when we used to come to accreditation in Kerala long back, there was some dissent. These computers will take away jobs. There was somebody who said, email, I will not use email. Why should I use email? If you don't use email, email is not bothered. They don't care whether you use email or you don't use. You will lose, because you are connected out of the system. It is not what they think. It is what happens to you. You have no control. Nobody has control over the technology evolution that is happening. Nobody has control. You cannot hold a red flag and say, I don't want this. Nobody is bothered. So unless you pick it up, your choice. It has breaking boundaries. It has broken boundaries. Institution boundaries broken. Distance boundaries broken. Today you will have our online session through somebody sitting in Australia, I think so. Next session possibly. New Zealand, UK. So time boundaries are broken. You have to factor in all this in your life. You can be replaced not by somebody who is in Kottayam district. You can be replaced somebody who is sitting in UK or Rajasthan. So think of it, if not you, there is somebody else. So next slide is about AI in education. I don't want to go into depth on this. You know all these things. Next is upgradation of internal quality assurance system in university and colleges. This, I think, is an important platform. Your IQAC cells in the institution had to rework completely. Redesign yourself, and you have to take students on board. How and why, I think it will be too much if I start discussing this. How much time will I have? Still 45 minutes.
10:50 is the last one.
No, what time?
12:50. We can take the 10:40. Then somebody's on the interaction.
Okay. I will finish as well. So this is important. This discussion can be a separate discussion. Here I cannot take it up. Next slide. See key points by Sam Altman on AI and education. You know who he is. He is who developed AI, open source AI. He is the person who developed it. He is a US citizen. He said, with AI, education will be free. So if somebody has to come to your institution paying fee, you have to add value to him or her. Otherwise, why should they come to you? This challenge will crop up even before we realize it is happening. Next. Within 18 years, education will look a very, very different thing. I don't know how true it is, but the trends are it will change. So this is also very important to all the progressive teachers who are sitting here, who are going to be teachers, and also teachers here. You please keep your eyes and ears open on these issues. Next, figuring out what questions to ask will be more important than figuring out answers. You know prompt engineering. How many of you are using Gemini, ChatGPT and all? All are using. So, how do you put questions becomes so important. How do you frame your questions? That's important. So that is what you have to learn, how to frame better questions. I don't know whether it will be taught in a college, I am not sure. Because it gets limited by the person who teach you. Whether they are that good. Maybe they can give hints to you. This is self-learning. Your student could be easily better than you if he knows how to ask questions. Rather than finding answers. Answers will be found by somebody. Then education should emphasize unique human skills that AI cannot replicate. This I have told you. I have given ample examples of what will be the role of teachers and how it is going to be. Next slide. This is to do with accreditation. Here they are planning use of AI in accreditation. How does it matter? Now they are this process is designed to address issues of data manipulation and data integrity. There is an issue in the accreditation process that data is manipulated and maybe not going to say by intent, but by default or the way the data is collected, wrong data is being projected. So this data integrity issue is going to be addressed through AI. How is that? Every institution starts with a credibility score. For example, 0.6 on a scale to 0 and 1. Say this is an example. Okay, between 0.1, say an accrediting agency will fix 0.6 as your credibility score. If you score above 0.6, your data is credible and you are a credible institution. If it is less than 0.6, your credibility is under question or your data is under question. So how does it work? This is followed by AI-powered document analysis and stakeholder verification. Your stakeholders, other stakeholders, like another professor in MG University, maybe professor in Kochi University, a professor sitting in Bangalore, etc., may be asked how do you understand this credibility of this institution. They may have some questionnaires, etc. If the responses are not favorable, you may your credibility may be under question. You may think we are the best institution in Kottayam, but it needs further verification. Next slide please. Implementation of AI, there are a lot of work going on. Some of it I have put here: International Education Accreditation Council, study in Armenia, research in Indonesia. Then challenges in AI, bias and fairness. This is a challenge. Everything you cannot take it at face value. You have to verify. Then you get transparency and explainability. The black box problem, what it is called. Black box problem actually is like you are intending something but the AI is responding something else. For example, you say a black dog in a snow cover. You can, behind a snow cover, you can prompt something and it may show that. Where you are not intending to get that answer. It may show a black dog. If you put a black dog, wolf, it may not be able to give that answer. It may not be come out with that picture. So, or it may come out with a picture even of a black tiger and snow. This means the AI is still learning and is not able to decipher. So that is called as in general black box problem. And data privacy and security is another issue which you also deal with. Then logarithmic accountability. This is beyond the scope of this, we will leave it at that. Next slide. Future of accreditation with AI. Go ahead. See, this is the Radhakrishnan report based on which NAC has changed its accreditation parameters. This report is available on NAC website. I request the IQAC to go through this report. I don't want to spend time on this. Please go through the report. Maybe later with the IQAC this can be discussed, because this may not be good enough ripe time to discuss with this whole audience here. Next. And this is the proposed way. There are 10 attributes for accreditation. Then there is metrics. Then you have indicators. Then documentation. Then that is the way the binary accreditation process will be carried out. Next slide. These are the suggested attributes. I don't know whether this will come, but these are the suggested attributes. You see curriculum, faculty resources, infrastructure, financial resources, learning, teaching, extended curriculum engagements, governance and accreditation, student outcomes, etc. You go down, there are 10 attributes. So these are all available on many podcasts. You can look at it. Next slide. And this is what is called as maturity model. This also, forget, it has input, process and output. That is the model. Maybe in education you use this model, input, process, output. The same model is replicated here. Next slide. Level descriptions, you can ignore this slide at this point. Now we come to the role of internal quality assurance cell in the university. What could be its role? Faculty training. Outcome reduction of faculty workload for 10%. What should it do? Use technological tools to bring down the faculty workload, not to increase. Okay, NAC work is there, you increase everything. That you have to be very cautious. What is the role of IQAC? To reduce the workload, not to increase it. Then staff training, student support, management, work study. You see what is the nature of work, what is the process. It is more meaningful in bigger setups. The process will be redundant, too long. You could be doing it just by habit, long-term habit. We existed for 30 years, 40 years. We kept doing. So then other issues, of application of management principles, reduction in non-core workload, institutional development plan, then the long-term and short-term approaches, micro-credentials, etc., etc. These are what the IQAC has to look into. So this platform, the IQAC, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, needs to be restructured from what earlier IQAC was. You need to totally restructure this platform and define its new roles and responsibilities. I personally feel it should be done as early as possible. How many IQAC members are here of this institution? 2, 4, 5. Okay. I feel this needs, my opinion is, I don't know where you are now. It needs restructuring, looking at the changes that's going to happen, and also for your accreditation. Before that, at least you need to need for an external evaluation of what's happening and what needs to be done, which will be helpful for restructuring the IQAC, because it's happening everywhere. It's not something new to your institution, and it needs to be done. In my personal opinion, you need to do it, keeping in view the interest of the institution, the interest of the students also. So next slide. This you can read for yourself. If you don't innovate fast, disrupt your industry, disrupt yourself, you will be left behind. This is said by the former chairman of Cisco. So you keep in mind, you have to disrupt yourself to be in the game. Next slide. And this is called, what is called as YUCA, YUCA framework, which means volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. In everything, there is referred to speed and frequency of change is volatility, uncertainty is the unpredictability of the event, complexity involves the many interconnected factors that influence a situation, and ambiguity is the lack of clarity about a situation or its meaning. This is going to be a kind of a reality which most of us will face in our lives when we take decisions, particularly career decisions. Managing career with family, etc., etc. What is the term that is used for the present situation is YUCA. You can YUCA or YUCA it is pronounced. YUCA. So this is the kind of a fluid situation we'll all be in. So you have to really look at this. That's why it is a lot of ambiguity. You all know so much of ambiguity is there, etc., etc. Next slide, next slide. See, this is an output from Gemini. There are so many outputs when I put in your college name, but this is one output. It says SBC College should leverage its special education niche to market itself globally while investing in digital add-on courses to mitigate the impact of its regional geographical limitations. I don't know how many of you agree or don't agree. Agree? You agree it is, you need to do it, or you want to be silent? What is not? Unless you accept, you will not go further. Otherwise, what AI said is wrong. This is not my statement. This I just picked one from Gemini. This is what it said about for one of the prompts, this is what it said. You know why it is important? More than what you think about it? Because the world can think about this. See, I have nothing to do directly with your institution. But when I put your name, this is what crops up. So what is that I'm trying to say is, now I'm telling you, digital mapping of your institution becomes very important. How does the others view your institution? Earlier they used to say, okay, you ask a professor in Cochin, or you ask somebody who is working in your institution to find out how good is the institution. Now, if one of your students apply for a job, say in Jammu Kashmir, they don't have to do all this exercise. They will go to Gemini or ChatGPT and put your college name. So now what is important is, how does this digital thing work? It is because of the data that you have fed into the various systems in the digital world. The source is that. It is created from some source and an evaluation has been done. Now you have to improve the source of data you are going to. That's why I said, how many of you have seen your website? Because now you see the connection, what goes into your website goes into ChatGPT or Gemini, etc. So you are not, if you don't have, what does it matter? It matters because the technology has made it so different. You have no control over what it says. But if you have control over providing good data, which is not false data, but good data into the system. Next slide. Now time management becomes a very important issue. This is what Professor C.V. Raman said about nearly, I think, 1926. This is what he said in a convocation address. You can read this or use this. So please understand, how do you manage our time becomes very important. I don't mean relaxing is not good time management. It is. You should always have some time for yourself. Time management doesn't mean always be on work. It doesn't mean that. It means so many other things beyond teaching, learning. This is what you have to deal with your students. Tell them how to do it. They will come to a complex world. The parents say, learn this, that, this, go to football, go to karate, go to that, go to this. How do they manage their time? The complexity of the changing world is something a child born or 5 years old has to plug into the complexity of this world. He has no choice. So you have, as a teacher, you have to handle this. Next. Comfort, this is for institution. Mostly you will be in a comfort zone, fail safe and control. Fear zone is about lack of confidence, find excuses, be affected by other opinions. Then learning zone, deal with challenges, etc. And then growth zone. There is always a fear that you go up to this zone. After COVID, many moved to the next zone, but many fell back. They couldn't go into the growth zone because you couldn't deal with challenges. You couldn't deal with problems, acquire new skills, extend your comfort zone. You came back. I'm not talking about this institution. Many it has happened like that. You move, get back. You don't go to the growth phase. Next slide. I think this I will leave at this point. Next slide. This slide also I leave. Next slide. Okay, this is the end of it. Now, I think there are some attributes. You go back a little. Go back. One slide back, one slide. One slide back, one more. Let us be here for some time. See, this curricular aspects, let's take for an accreditation example. This curricular aspects will have certain indicators. Like how a board of studies, how was it developed, there was an industry interaction while developing the curriculum, how often you change your curriculum, etc. Then teaching, learning, if you say, what are the modern technologies you used, how many teachers are PhD, etc., etc. This information is to be digitally mapped. Say, a peer team member looks at your college, he gets to assess your college. He looks at your college and he types how many times the curriculum in this institution has been changed, something like that. Even though you are an affiliated institution where you have little, or what are the value-added courses offered. Unless this information is digitally available outside, in the digital world or in the digital world, the peer team member will not be able to know. So you have to rework and be in the digital world. It is not easy. There are privacy issues where you cannot put it on the digital world. So digital mapping becomes very important. This is a whole topic for discussion, etc. Because in Gemini and ChatGPT you will say source. You remember there's one icon called source in the end. When you press that source, it will show where that information is taken from. Now you have to study all that and see you put your information of your institution at various places so that it gets collected. So this is, I could say, I am not sure the word is right or not. You have to get into digital mapping. Digital mapping will be very important for you. So I thought I have covered enough. And even if 5 to 10% of what I shared with you becomes useful to you, I will be extremely delighted. Now I thank the management once again and all of you for a patient listening. I hope it was useful. If it was boring, I couldn't help it. The topic is a little boring. And my apologies for the last people in the last, the end of this hall, that they had to face some difficulties of audio, which was possibly due to my mistake of not holding the mic close to me. So thank you very much. Thanks for a nice introduction. Thanks for all three of you for making this program run smoothly. I think morning there was another batch, no? Okay, you're rotating, very good. So thank you very much and all the best for the future. Thanks. Any questions you have? How many? 5 minutes we have? 10 minutes? Any questions? Please, there is no right and wrong questions, okay? Be very clear, there is no right and wrong questions, nor also be clear, not I have all the wisdom in the world to tell you I have the right answers. So you can make your, if you have a question, please feel free to ask. In case I am not able to answer, maybe your teachers, your colleagues may be able to answer. So the field is open. Thank you.
Sir, you have told in one slide telling that Viksit Bharat scheme, all the higher education regulatory bodies like UGC, AICTE and all have to be co-joint. So what is the, in short, can we just know what is the advantage? Because that single body itself has a lot of workload and...
No, see the advantage, I don't want to say advantage or disadvantage. Now these bodies were separate. AICTE was separate, NCT was separate, and the other, what is that? NCT, AICTE and UGC. They were separate. And they were handling different, AICTE was handling technical, NCT was handling teacher education, UGC was handling other courses, general courses what we call. Now when they say is the world multidisciplinary, they thought you cannot have fragmented divisions. So they thought there could be one body which will come together and handle all this so that it is not a segregated division. We shouldn't segregate like education or engineering or arts and science separately, and it is to be integrated. That is the ground level. Now, so they have taken it up, and for the time being, they say it will be an integrated organization. Maybe 20 years from now, they may again make it separate, because everything has a kind of a shelf life.
Okay, sir, okay.
That could be the thought process. I am not sure, but that could be the thought process.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Anybody else? I don't know, except madam, no, everybody is silent. See, first seek to, that's why I said it is the question. Answers can be many, but you have to ask questions. That is the learning you have to take home. That I will ask questions, that will be the learning within this world or in the changing world. They said, no, it is not the right answers you find all Sam Altman's one of its thing. It is the questions you ask that is going to make a difference. It is not the answers you give, it's the questions you ask. So please feel free to ask your questions.
Good morning, sir, and thank you for your wonderful talk. Sir, it's along with your exhortation that I'm asking this. So we have value-added courses and add-on courses. So how do we differentiate that? As affiliated colleges, it's these value-added courses that add value to our colleges. So each time we look for a definition, we come back into a vicious circle. We cannot differentiate between these two.
See, first, academic differentiation will hold it. See, as far as accreditation is concerned, it should get some 30 hours or something. When you look at the accreditation documents, they will define what a value-added course means to an accreditation process. To my memory, a value-added course should have 30 hours duration. That is called value-added course. So look through the definition and do it accordingly so that you can also gain in the accreditation process. So what is the other part you said?
No, sir. In the case of affiliated colleges, the difference is only on this value-added courses because the syllabus is same. The implementation part, the curriculum also differs. The quality of teachers also differs. But then NAC accreditation is asking for value-added courses. So we are conducting a course on yoga.
You can conduct more courses. It can be online also. They have not restricted you. You say these are online courses we are conducting. They are not restricting. Maybe the new guidelines you will see. So you also had another value-added course. Like that's why they are saying you combine together with some other institution. Why only yoga? You had some other value. There is no restriction, no?
No, there's no restriction, but we do not know, we are not sure about what name we give it. Is it an add?
That you explore in your IQAC meeting, what name you have to give for other value added. Patent laws, some are giving on patents.
Excuse me, sir, I do not have a doubt on the topics that can be given, but what is the name that we give to a course that college is offering on its own?
You can see it comes in your website, no, value added courses are offered by the institution.
Yes, that's
your institution.
How do we differentiate? Is it different from an add-on course? That's the problem that we are facing.
See, add-on course is generally seen as something related to the subject.
Okay.
Which flows from the subject.
Okay.
So that is the general understanding of an add-on course. But now what is happening is these lines are getting blurred.
Yes, sir. That's
These lines are getting blurred. What I could suggest for you is, as a layman, I don't want to suggest. See, once you get too much into academics, then you will get into all these areas. What is this? What is the definition? I'm not worried about that. You see lot of other education institutions and other institutions on NAC website. They all said so many value-added courses they have added. You can see the list. You can get about 50 value-added courses if you browse the web. NAC has put many reports, many colleges, brochures, even university website, college website, they will say value-added courses. You make a list of value-added courses, you evaluate, you see whether it will be suitable for your institution and increase.
Okay, sir, the problem is that education being a multidisciplinary field, whatever course we take, it will touch some subject.
It's okay, what's
It's
wrong
okay.
with it? It's such
it will
some
not-
subject is good, no?
Okay, okay, sir.
You add on value-added courses, it flows. You can say it is add-on. See, now patent law, if you give a course, any signed graduate can be a patent attorney. So patent may not be part of any course, but it needs, as of present, it needs a person with science degree. Now when you become a multidisciplinary, you will have a science degree. It's a dual degree. So he can get a course on patent laws. Then there are other laws, what they are talking about, patent laws. Then even courses in Indian knowledge system. Yoga, you said. There are other parts of Indian knowledge system,
Sir.
Vedanta, etc.
Sir, may I elaborate? Yoga is already part of the curriculum. So when we give it as a value-added course, will it hold with NAC?
You give it, NAC will decide.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Because whether it NAC means you have to ask Director NAC, he will not be able to answer. Because the PA team has to come in. You give 10 courses, 10 value-added courses, then see everything will not succeed. You have to, now see, you should be happy that it become a binary accreditation. So you should be happy that you will not get into the grading business. In my opinion, accreditation should be a simpler process now. But be prepared. Be prepared. Start from tomorrow or today evening after I go. Anyway, you cannot because you are in sessions. Start from day after tomorrow. Start working on it. Have 1 or 2 brainstorming sessions. You have people, Professor Gabriel is was director of IQAC in University of Trivandrum. So you get 2-3 people, have a brainstorming session. What you can do. Because it cannot be discussed unless I know so many other things. It's difficult for me to suggest this. You have a brainstorming session. You are from IQAC members?
I am in the IQAC.
So you have a brainstorming session one of these days. What can an IQAC do? Or you can have a session on call IQAC members of different colleges and universities. Maybe you can limit it to South India if there is some financial limitations, etc. They will give you inputs. See, you have to learn from exchanges. Because what I will give is my experience. There are others who will give from their experiences. Ancient history, one small thing. Anyway, you will have in your education, but you can give it as an add-on course. History of South India, another add-on course. So like that you can go on and on. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Anybody else? Backside? You go back and give them. If you don't ask questions, we will name. We'll say you ask a question. Raise your hand and ask. Nobody?
So how can these institutions make use of AI tools to improve their documentation for NAC accreditation?
First, you have all worked on AI tools. The first thing you do is go to AI and ask questions yourself. How good is my research? How good is research in SJB college, you ask. You have Gemini, I can put it on here. But anyway, it's not there. You ask. Then you ask how the student sense have increased or decreased for you over the years. You are student or teacher?
Sir, but NAC is very strictly restricted the AI content, sir. How can we use the AI content to NAC accreditation process?
What NAC has restricted?
Restricted the AI content now.
Where it has restricted?
Restricted already there no.
See, you are doing not to do with NAC, no, you are doing with your institution.
Institutions.
Institution, they say don't give a AI report. That's what they are going to say. They are themselves saying they are use AI for accreditation.
Okay. Now we can use it.
You use it, no, it is not for NAC you are using. Don't restrict yourself to NAC. NAC is only one part of your job. That is because government regulation insists you have an accreditation. It helps you. So NAC is not education. NAC is simple accreditation process you have to undergo. Don't relate NAC to AI. NAC may say you shouldn't produce a AI report. That's okay. You write your report. But when the peer team member uses AI, he will put a question, how is the curricular development in SJB college? It will give some response. Na? In ChatGPT or something, it will give some response. You have to know what is the response. Where is NAC to do with this? You will get a response only when you have loaded relevant data in different parts of the digital world. Then the peer team member will not tell you, maybe he may not visit physically here. He will see in the website. Now, how did I get that? In special education, I never knew. It gave it. That you have to concentrate on your special education so your students can be employable outside India. That's what it says. I did not know that you are dealing with special education itself. Only after I came, they said there are 4 faculty members and 30 students of 15 students. Now it is an area where you need to look at for development. Should you expand this? Where are the markets for your students? Whether, okay, there's more market in African countries or other countries. Here, people from Kerala are quite willing to go out for work. They are seen in all parts of the world. So you have a natural advantage, cultural advantage of movement. Now you have to add value. What is value? You give them a course in Japanese. Language learning. Because in Northeast I found that because of the racial similarities, they prefer girls from Northeast, educated girls, to help them in Japanese houses, etc. For support, world, etc. Now the nature of the world is changing. That's why I say, in an institution I visited recently, driving is mandatory. Everybody have to learn driving. Car driving, scooter. See, one is internship training is a highly debatable issue. So, scaling up this becomes very difficult. Internship, you may not be able to place everyone in internship. Particularly, your cases is more to do with the education area. You have to, I am not very sure of an answer.
Good morning, sir. I think it's afternoon, so good afternoon, sir. I'm a B.Ed trainee here, and I just did as a first year student, I just did my induction, and I'm here right now. It just finished yesterday. So I had a debate with my students about AI, and I think most of the students were kind of against AI, and I was kind of surprised to hear that. And then I came to know that they actually use ChatGPT. And ChatGPT actually has a lot of negatives about it environmentally, and let me just deviate a bit. Over the years, we have always chosen convenience, and as humans love information, like when Google came along, everybody starts with that curiosity, and instead of going into the informative part of it, they use the entertainment side of it. Like for Google, we probably asked funny videos of cats. Like we used to use whatever new technology we get, we start using it in a fun way. So even ChatGPT, students keep using it for fun, and even for doing their assignments and all, they use it. But ChatGPT, I don't think it's credible as the rest of the internet is. And as Google came along, we would read, like, I think I'm all over the place. So if a child is doing an assignment and if they use Google and they read a piece of information, they can actually reframe it and write it. In case they have not done it that way, it is pretty easy for us to find it out that, okay, they have used a website. But if it's ChatGPT, you can just type it in ChatGPT. Can you rephrase this particular paragraph? So is ChatGPT usage must for students? That's what I wanted to ask.
See, you're able to hear me? Okay, on is red. I think it is quite a large body question. It's a very large question you have asked. Whether it is useful or not, very difficult to say. But my opinion is, with all its drawbacks, when you move in a vehicle, there are drawbacks. There may be an accident, there may be so many things, but still it is used. You know, aircraft as still you fly. So there will be nothing which is totally far without any downside to it. There are downsides to ChatGPT, Gemini, artificial intelligence. They are saying at one time human work will become zero. Then the government has to give subsidy to everybody. Things like that. But this is where, see, the concepts have to be clear to any child. Maybe as you are coming from a teacher education background, maybe you can restrict it more up to maybe 10th standard, that you should write your assignments on your own, etc., etc. Maybe when they come to degree, the way you allow them to use ChatGPT or Gemini will change. You can allow them to use it. Then say you need to remoderate it. But it depends on what age group you are dealing with, in my opinion. The lesser the age group, the concepts has to be clear. Like you are saying 2 plus 2 is 4. Only it will be 2 plus 2 is greater than 4 is for an enlightened audience. You cannot say to a child at 5 years 2 plus 2 should be greater than 4 in life. He will not understand it. For him it is 2 plus 2 is 4. So at what level of life a person is, depending on that, basically being from teacher education, maybe up to 5, up to 10 years, you may not like to allow in his learning process where you are more clear on concepts, that he gets the concepts right. Solar system you can show on the ChatGPT, but you have to also tell him that this planet, you are in Earth, all that. So something like that you have to literally want to find a path yourself. And this debate is still very strong. Like one of the institutions asked me to write a paper. And they also said, don't use ChatGPT or any AI tool. I was quite literally not very happy with that. For me, whether they should agree not to use AI, for me, I'm not sure. When it is for a student to write a paper, it is okay. You shouldn't. So this is a kind of a evolutionary thing. I don't have a kind of a fixed answer for this.
Sir, I think I should rephrase it better. Like, I'm actually still thinking, that's why I can't phrase it better. So the thing is, when you use Google, okay, the child goes through a reading process and he can write it by himself or herself. But when it comes to ChatGPT, like, and a teacher can easily find out, okay, like there is something called subjectivity involved when you use Google. Like, technology up until Google was fine. But I think ChatGPT, AI, all of this is kind of going out of the limit of technology. And to incorporate into an institution, I don't think it would be fine, because...
That's why I said you have to limit how much you want to limit, you have to limit. You can say if somebody comes with a ChatGPT, you may ask him to write. That's why they're saying education will become individualized. Out of 10 students, 3 will whether you say or not, will do it, and then bring it. Now that 3 students you have to catch and make them write again.
But it's not really possible to catch because in ChatGPT
That
you
is
can type
what-
out, can you rephrase this particular thing? So we
See,
cannot
that
find it
is
out.
what you have to improve upon. And as this children, did you use? He will not lie. Most of the time at that age, they will not lie. You will make out in their faces. Like you have to use different, that's why I said multidisciplinary. You have to find ways to do it. Even tell your parents, please see that their concepts are clear. If they can find out 2 + 2 is 4, but he has to understand what is 2 + 4 by doing it right from the young age. So you shouldn't leave the basic capacity to understand. This can be used for somebody who knows coding, he can use coding. But if he doesn't know coding at all, it will be meaningless. So that is what it is like. How do you use this particularly in a teaching setup, teaching learning setup? For an employee, it's a different, he wants efficiency, etc. For a teaching learning setup, it's a huge challenge. Where do you where do you put the line? Barring it is counterproductive. At the same time, keeping it open too much is also counterproductive. My feeling is depending on the age.
So, sir, according to you, how do you think in an institution, how can we kind of make children use ChatGPT in a better way?
You demonstrate yourself some of the things and say, this, you go this far, and give assignments in such a way that they do it without using. You say that you have to do this without using. And then I have no straight answer to this. It is an evolving thing. You have to evolve over this. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, sir. As we draw this interaction to a close, I would like to offer a final thank you to all our participants for their active engagement. And most importantly, thank you, Dr. Madhukar, for your patience and for sharing your invaluable wealth of experience with us today. Your presence has truly graced this first session. Thank you, sir. With that, we conclude our first session. I would like to inform all the delegates that we will now break for lunch. We shall reassemble at this auditorium at 1:45 p.m. for the second session featuring Dr. Carmel Khan. Thank you all.
Kind of holistic approach to professional learning where people could kind of think about their practice and think about themselves as practitioners and reflect on that. And so I think I'm going to finish there. In my slides, which I'm sorry you didn't get to see, I did put a link to the journal article because we have published this research now, and it's in an American journal, Autism in Adulthood. It's a very good journal on autism, and it's quite a progressive one. So it's in that journal, and the link is in the slide. So if you're interested, I'm sure that you will be able to get hold of a set of the slides, and you will be able to access the link. So I think I'm going to take questions. I think we've got some time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen Khan, for such an insightful and thought-provoking presentation.
We shall now move on to the interaction session. This is an opportunity for participants to clarify their doubts, share reflection, and engage in a discussion with our resource person. I invite the participants to make use of this session by raising their questions. Once again, I invite Dr. Carmel Khan to lead the interaction session.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Carmel ma'am, for your enlightening address.
Thank you.
I'm Professor Dr. Joju from Trivandrum, Martha Training College.
Hello.
I'm really delighted that you have shared your brilliant ideas. And so I would like to ask you one thing now. In this age of artificial intelligence, what are the challenges that you are facing in implementing the things that you have elaborated, or is AI helping you to implement and make things effective? That's my query from Trivandrum. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Well, that is a huge question, not one that I was expecting. Certainly one that we are thinking about a lot. Most of our staff meetings these months seem to focus on AI. We find AI, obviously this course that I'm talking about, that happened before the whole kind of AI explosion. But we are finding AI quite challenging within our courses because the university, it has guidelines on the use of AI. It has these 5 different levels, but it tells students that they must operate at level 2, which means that they can't use AI to polish up their work. But of course, students are using AI to polish up their work, and we're finding students at every level. So not just undergraduates, but master students, PhD students. And actually, it does polish up people's work. So I feel I have a certain ambivalence about it. I think it's just the way things are, and we have to kind of roll with it. As an academic myself, I find that I use AI quite a lot of the time. I use it a lot of the time to help me think about topics. So I put things into AI, like for example, at the moment, I'm developing an idea for a book. I don't know if people are interested in this, but I'm developing an idea for a book, and it's about key concepts in inclusive education. So I like putting ideas into AI to see what AI comes out with to help me think about that subject. And what I find AI does is that it often flattens out subjects. So for example, this subject of inclusive education, what it's done is it's made it a very simple, straightforward process. And its key concepts, none of them are very problematic. But of course, as we all know, inclusive education is hugely problematic. So I think using AI develops my criticality, because I see this kind of simplistic narrative produced. So it makes me think about this kind of more realistic narrative. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I hope so.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Dr. Carmel.
I don't know if there are any other questions.
Ma'am, good morning. It's a good morning for you, right? I'm Professor Lissy from SJB College, Nedugundam. My query is, how far is multidisciplinary feasible for autistic learners? Am I clear, ma'am? Ma'am, is my question clear?
Am I audible, ma'am? Hello?
I think it is not audible.
No, I didn't hear that. I could see that lady asking the question, but I couldn't hear
Unmute
her.
and speak, ma'am. Unmute and speak.
Children and young people is very much that actually a focus on somebody's particular interests can be a really, really fruitful way of thinking, a way into educating somebody who's autistic. So, you know, schools are definitely, I know schools that are experimenting with using a thematic approach. So not focusing particularly on a subject as such, but focusing on a theme that somebody has a particular interest in and coming at that theme in different ways or in multidisciplinary ways. So I think multidisciplinary education might be the way in for some autistic learners. But of course, there's a whole range of learners in schools. That's part of the complexity of autism. You know, I used to work with autistic learners in schools, and some of them, I remember one boy I worked with, you know, he got 12 A stars in his exams. He went to Oxford University. He won an award for the best Viking saga. It was some story that he'd written because his kind of ability to take on knowledge and to recall knowledge was just incredible. So you get this kind of whole range, and I don't think that one approach is necessarily the right approach, but certainly a multidisciplinary approach could be a very important approach.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I don't know if there are any more questions.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Nice to hear about autism and your course that you are running at the Australian University. And very happy to know that an autistic teacher is helping them out there. So, ma'am, as a common person, how can we help autistic children and autistic adults? What can we do? Like if we see them in a function, or like what are the basic things we can do to make them feel significant? Or do they have such thoughts? Do they have such thought that they are out of being in a out of getting socialized? I understand that it is a range of disorders. So how we can help them?
I mean, I think the question is, how can we help autistic learners? And certainly current thinking is that understanding what autism is, so this approach that I've been talking about in my talk, is really the key thing. The thinking has definitely changed. You know, when I started off in this field, it was all about taking children into groups and teaching them social skills and teaching them communication and all that sort of stuff. But that has kind of things have moved on from there. There's a group of researchers here in the UK and in the States, who've been showing that actually autistic people have ways of communicating and often can understand each other, but it's this autistic and non-autistic communication that's the problem. So definitely in terms of supporting education and educational practitioners, the key thing that I think certainly in the UK we see is professional development. So developing staff, understanding teachers, understanding what it means to be autistic. And then you find once people have a different understanding of this person they're working with, what they're expecting of that person and how they're approaching them, all of that changes. And of course, that makes a huge difference in relation to what's going on educationally. And so it's much less about interventions. There might be some support, like time out and having quiet spaces and breaks and things like that. That can be very important. But also this issue of just understanding what it means to be autistic. The approach that we took in this course, that's really seen as the vital kind of issue for education currently. I should say as well, somebody mentioned, I think you mentioned about autistic teachers, and my colleague who teaches on the course, she was part of a book that's been I think it's about 2 years old now, and it's all about autistic teachers. Each of the chapters is gathering people's experience or as autistic people supporting autistic learners in schools, and that's definitely a movement here that is kind of gathering a pace. I used to work in deaf education, so in the 1990s in London I worked in a deaf school that was all sign language, and that was very much kind of part of the culture there, that actually deaf education should have deaf teachers as part of the kind of education environment. Well, that's happening in autism here now as well. It's like that actually for autistic learners to have autistic people supporting them in some way, maybe not as teachers but as support assistants, that's actually could be quite a vital way of supporting people as well.
Okay, ma'am. So we should broaden our outlook and support them through whatever means we can. Ma'am, one more thing. The teacher which is autistic there is what is her actual limitation? As she is in teaching field, she can communicate. I understand like that.
Yeah. So So it's definitely. My colleague Yasmin, she can communicate. The thing that is most difficult, it's very interesting, the thing that is most difficult are the university systems. So, at the university, we have hundreds of policies. I don't read any of them. I might read the first sentence, but then I don't worry myself with any of them. Yasmin feels as if she has to read them all because that's part, it's sort of things are set up like that. And that everything that being an academic, one of the most important things to do is to be able to prioritize what you need to do and sort of put everything else to one side, but she finds that very, very difficult. So I think it's not the teaching or the students or the marking, it's the university systems and those kind of issues of employment. Those are really the key challenges, and it's difficult to know what to do about that because, that's often how employment is set up, isn't it? But those are really challenging for them.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Ma'am, one last question. Will these autistic people improve over time? Treatment is effective for them or not?
So will autistic people improve over time?
Yeah. Like as you said, the teacher, she's in continuous interaction with the community. So does that make any difference? Will she improve her intellectual processing?
I didn't hear all of that question. I think it's, will autistic children improve over time? I think that's what you mean.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
What research shows there is that autistic people develop in the same way that all human beings develop.
Ma'am, but they have some intellectual processing difficulties, right? So their development will be slow.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that at all.
Ma'am, you have replied me that autistic people develop the same way as others develop, isn't it? You told me they develop at the same way as others.
People don't necessarily develop in the same way, but autistic people develop. So very typical. You might say a young child of 3 who doesn't have very much communication might be described as, in old terms, as severely autistic. But by age of 10 or 12, we might have some complications. So it's not a fixed picture necessarily. Obviously, you do get this issue of autistic people who also have intellectual disabilities. So that is a kind of a different group in some ways. But the sort of children that I am talking about, who are in mainstream settings, then yeah, development is definitely something that you would expect to see.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your nice talk.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
As we come to the conclusion of this session, I extend my heartfelt gratitude Dr. Kamal Khan for her inspiring and enlightening session. I also express our sincere thanks to Mrs. Revati for her warm welcome. I would like to thank you, our respected teachers, organizing committee, and all the participants for your time, cooperation, and active involvement. With this, we conclude the online session. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Dear participants, hope you enjoyed the afternoon session. Now it is time for tea break, so I request all the delegates from outside to have tea. So the paper presentations after that will be following in the ICT room and in the auditorium. Please proceed accordingly. Thank you.
May I kindly request all the participants to take their seats inside the auditorium as the presentation is about to begin. Thank you.
Respected moderator, esteemed paper presenters, and dear audience, good afternoon to all. Following the formal, inaugural and thematic sessions, we now proceed to the paper presentation session of the international seminar on navigating the challenges and opportunities of multidisciplinary approach in higher education. In the contemporary academic landscape, the multidisciplinary approach plays a pivotal role in fostering innovation, creativity, and holistic learning. This seminar aims to explore both the challenges and the transformative opportunities that arise when disciplines intersect in higher education. We look forward to a session facilitation of thoughtful presentations and constructive academic dialogue.
It is now my privilege to introduce the moderator for today's paper presentation session. We are honored to have Dr. Mary KJ, Assistant Professor, Mount Carmel College of Teacher Education for Women, Kottayam, as the moderator. Dr. Mary KJ is an accomplished academician with extensive experience in teacher education and educational research. She holds a doctoral degree in education and has made notable contributions in the areas of environmental education, ecological intelligence, multidisciplinary learning, and educational research. She has published several research papers in reputed national and international journals and has actively participated in and moderated academic seminars and conferences. Her academic expertise, research experience, and commitment to quality education make her highly suited to guide and moderate today's session. We are grateful to you, Dr. Mary KJ, for taking up this responsibility.
Before we begin, I would like to brief you on the rules and regulations of the paper presentation session. Presenters are requested to adhere strictly to the allotted time. The time allotted for paper presentation will be 8 minutes. At the end of 6 minutes, there will be a warning bell. The presenters will have to finish the presentation by 8 minutes. This will be followed by an interactive session for 2 minutes. During the interactive session, the audience is encouraged to ask questions and seek clarifications on the presenter topics. We humbly request all the participants to stick the time schedule for the smooth conduct of the session.
The following participants will be presenting their papers: Dr. Betsy Joseph E., Sonamol S., Huda Salim, Arya Suresh P., Dido KK, Maria Anna Matthew, Rahma Ali Shahjahan, Meera Matthew, and Anjumol KJ. The order of the presentation will be followed as scheduled. Without further delay, I respectfully invite our moderator, Assistant Professor Dr. Mary KJ, to kindly take over and conduct the paper presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Now I invite the first presenter to present the paper. Dr. Betsy Joseph E., Assistant Professor, Titan 2nd Teachers College, Tiruvalla.
A very good evening to all of you. I'd first like to congratulate the SJB College for conducting such a very enlightening seminar and giving us an opportunity to present our papers. The first question that I got in an interview after my B.Ed was, what do you think about total quality management? So at that time, using the language that I could, I explained about total quality and its management in institutions. But only later did I know that total quality management, TQM, is a philosophy that has been taken from industry into education. So today, for this seminar, what I tried to do was I'm sorry my slides aren't moving. Let me try. Okay, I'll use my... So I've titled my paper as Total Quality Management for Inclusive and Equitable Secondary Education, a Conceptual and Illustrative Study. So usually when we present a paper, we do it on the basis of empirical, a research paper is presented on the basis of empirical studies. But this is a half-cooked paper in the sense that it is conceptual and not based on empirical study, but on a hypothetical study. So according to Creswell and Creswell, you can present a paper on a hypothetical study illustrating how your tool can be used. So I'm trying to present a tool that I have prepared on assessing quality and trying to get suggestions from you as to the statistical techniques that I can use to enhance my paper, as well as the items that I can use to enhance my tool. So as we say, every seminar is a cultivating ground for plants. So you sow the seeds and the developments can be seen. So I'm presenting before you this paper and I'm seeking suggestions so that when I go for my empirical study, it will be more fruitful. So the abstract or the overview of my paper presentation is, we need quality assurance in inclusive schooling and how we can apply the TQM, the Total Quality Management Principles in Secondary Education. For that, I have prepared a teacher perception questionnaire. It's my limitation, or I have delimited my study to only teachers, not students, parents, or stakeholders. And the key insight is on leadership, feedback, and stakeholder involvement. The importance of quality in secondary education. We know that it is the foundation of education. The base of education is built in the secondary schools. So it is a challenge that our secondary education goes in par with global situations. Now, the challenge is teaching and learning. Yes, we are perfect, but all the research in additional learning requirements take place in foreign countries rather than in India. So inclusion and equity. Inclusivity, equity are two terms that we need to understand more. Inclusivity, as you know, it refers to including students of all statures, may it be age, whatever their background, including them in education. And equity, according to their disability or marginalization, how we can cater to their needs. So for that, I'm using TQM as a holistic framework for continuous improvement, leadership, and stakeholder participation. So I'm just skipping this. This is the core message.
Tonight's academic deliberation, we are privileged to have Dr. Jayalakshmi R as the moderator for day 1. Dr. Jayalakshmi R is an assistant professor of physical science education at NSS Training College, Chennai, Kerala. With over 16 years of experience in teacher education, she holds a PhD in education from the University of Kerala, along with UGC NET, MBA from RIE in CRT, and MSc in chemistry from Mahatma Gandhi University. Dr. Jayalakshmi R is a distinguished academician, teacher educator, researcher, and an academic.
And it does indeed align with TQM principles. And what I tried to study was to examine the relevance of TQM in secondary education, assess the teacher's perceptions of TQM practices, and illustrate the application of a TQM-based tool. So once this tool is finalized, this is my pilot study. Once it is finalized, I hope to collect empirical data and then publish the final results. So the research questions that led me to this are, how relevant are TQM principles to inclusive secondary education? Then what are teachers' perceptions of TQM practices, and how can TQM be operationalized using a perception tool? The methodology followed was an exploratory design. So it's not a true experimental design, it is a hypothetical, it is an exploratory design where I'm just in the stages of trying out my tool and seeing how much effective it is. For it, I use a hypothetical sample. Okay, the dimensions of the tools, the findings are there, and let me go into the educational implication. From the data that was collected, the teachers, it was the teachers' perception, so the teachers confirmed that leadership's commitment is crucial. So another thing that they expressed was that feedback mechanisms enhances inclusivity. So we need feedback, constant feedback. And then teacher education should integrate TQM perspectives. As of now, our MG University syllabus does not have TQM as part of the syllabus. So it should be integrated. And then there is a need of a large-scale empirical study. The conclusion, TQM does indeed help us for an inclusive and equitable education. It has a strong alignment with Kerala model, and it provides conceptual clarity and methodological guidance. That is how we can use TQM in our secondary education. And through this study, I am laying the foundation for future empirical research. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We shall now proceed to the
G. Nair from Title 2nd Teachers College, Tirunelveli. Sona Thomas from University of Kerala, Trivandrum. Without further delay, we are handing over
quality in the context of an inclusive classroom.
Just like ma'am said, it is very relative. You cannot finally put a quality, you cannot place quality in a watertight compartment. It will depend upon.
I'm very glad to welcome the presenters on the stage. Please.
About quality, all social needs. When we are talking of inclusivity, we will be discussing about special needs. All SEN children or special education needs children are heterogeneous. So I cannot completely put a barrier as to quality, but sure, individually we can specify each child's learning requirement according to his learning ability, and we can specify special curriculums for each. So once he achieves
I am Amrita. I am Ansi Baby. From the MX department, Title 2nd Teachers College, Tirunelveli. I am here to present our paper on enhancing adolescents' well-being, a holistic perspective on mental and physical health. Health is a holistic concept that extends beyond the mere absence illness to complete physical, mental and social well-being. Physical health provides the biological foundation necessary for energy, endurance and the daily functioning. While the mental health influence emotional stability, cognitive performance and behavior regulation. Social well-being further strengthening health through supportive relationship and sense of belongingness. Holistic approaches focus on preventive care, life skill modifications, emotional regulations and the development of resilience. Through the practice such as yoga, meditation, mindfulness, physical exercise, life skill education, counseling, etc. Intervention not only enhancing the physical strength and the psychological stability but also empower individuals to manage stress, cultivate the self-awareness and adopt sustainable health behavior. It also contributes to improve well-being, enhancing the quality of life and the creation of healthier individuals and communities. The objectives are to examine the mental and physical health challenges faced by the adolescents in the contemporary context, to analyze the role of holistic intervention strategies in improving the mental and physical health of adolescents. The concept of holistic health in adolescents, the holistic health refers to the balance and integration development of an individual physical, mental, emotional and social well-being. During the adolescence, a critical stage of growth transitions growth and transition, holistic health plays a vital role in ensuring the health, development and well-being. At this stage, adolescents form their identity, develop self-esteem and learn to manage emotions and relationships. Holistic health approaches focus on nurturing the healthy habits, physical fitness, emotional resilience and a positive self-concept to improve the adolescents in the coping with these changes effectively. Adolescence has increased due to raising the mental, emotional and physical health challenges during this critical developmental stage. Adolescence is marked by rapid physical growth, emotional sensitivity, identified information and social adjustment, making the individual particularly vulnerable to sex, stress and environmental pressures. Preventive and more promoting approaches focus on life skill development, emotional regulations and physical activities and health routine can foster resilience and balanced well-being. Now I hand over this to my colleagues from for future further presentation.
Holistic intervention strategies for adolescents. Counseling and physiological support help adolescents maintain healthy mental and physical well-being. Counseling support emotional growth, stress management, positive behavior, while psychological support promote good health through proper nutrition, exercise, sleep and medical care. Together they ensure balance, development and overall well-being. Life skill education help adolescents develop important abilities such as communication, decision making, problem solving. It builds self-confidence, improves social relationships and help young people handle stress and challenges effectively. Through life skill education, adolescents become more responsible, independent and better prepared for future life. Nutrition and health education teach adolescents is the importance of balanced diet, personal hygiene and healthy lifestyle habit. It helps prevent diseases, improve physical growth and strengthen immunity.
Graphemes and acoustic sounds leading to vowel system fossilization and long-term phonetic confusion among learners. So I argue for a paradigm shift from visual to motor, where speech is reconceptualized as a motor rhythmic event rather than a static visual process. And it is rooted in the theory of embodied cognition, where language acquisition is considered as a sensory motor experience grounded in bodily interaction. And it promotes sound-first learning that prioritizes phoneme, stress patterns and articulatory movement before written symbols. So when we look at the origins of this approach, it can be traced back to the 1950s, where Croatian linguist Petar Guberina pioneered this approach in the 1950s for individuals with hearing impairments, emphasizing rhythm, intonation and body movement. Later, during the 1970s and 80s, it was adapted to the foreign language teaching, and recently in the 2020s, it was further validated by the neuroscience. So the key insight provided here is that speech perception and production are inseparable from bodily movement and rhythm. Articulation improves when learners engage their whole body rather than relying solely on auditory input. So the three core mechanisms involved in this approach are articulatory mapping, where the learners associate bodily sensation, that is tongue height, jaw movement, muscular tension with specific phonemes, fostering accurate self-regulated speech production. And it also goes for rhythmic entrainment, in which speech is synchronized with external rhythmic cues that supports temporal accuracy, fluency and prosodic naturalness by aligning auditory and motor systems. And it goes for kinesthetic anchoring, where gestures and body movements reinforce phonetic contrast, strengthening memory traces through embodied and reinforcement and multisensory integration. And it is rooted in the principle of universal design for learning. This approach is distinguished by its foundational orientation towards inclusiveness, making it particularly suitable for diverse and special needs classroom. By foregrounding sound, rhythm, movement and bodily awareness, it ensures learners with varied cognitive, sensory, linguistic and neurological profiles can access phonological knowledge equitably. So the persons inflicted with dyslexia or speech disorder and those people who are encountering with mother tongue interference, this approach ensures a universal participation. And when we consider the educational significance, this approach helps to prevent fossilization. Explicitly teaching sound movement rhythm relationships prevents early fossilization of incorrect pronunciation and builds strong phonemic awareness. And it further supports literacy by strengthening reading fluency, spelling accuracy, listening comprehension, and oral confidence through foundational phonological competence. And it further contributes to teacher development that provides concrete strategies for teaching pronunciation and phonology, areas often neglected in teacher training programs. So when we look at it in our context, it is closely aligned with the NEP 2020. The National Education Policy 2020 advocates joyful activity-based learning in early schooling, and the phonetic rhythmic approach directly supports these goals by replacing mechanical repetition with movement, rhythm, and sensory engagement. So the NEP 2020 stresses mother tongue based.
Okay, let me ask, how can you convince the adolescents that this holistic well-being is very significant? How can you convince?
ജസ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ നമ്മളൊരു മാതൃകയായി കാട്ടിക്കൊടുക്കണം. ഇപ്പം ജസ്റ്റ് ഇപ്പം പറഞ്ഞു സ്ട്രാറ്റജീസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് യോഗ, മെഡിറ്റേഷൻ, മൈൻഡ്ഫുൾനെസ്, അതുപോലെ എന്താ പറയുക ഡിജിറ്റൽ മീഡിയ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കുറച്ച് കുറയ്ക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് ആദ്യമേ ഒരു അവയർനെസ് കൊടുക്കണം. കൊടുത്താൽ തന്നെ അവർ നമ്മൾ എത്ര പറഞ്ഞാലും അവർ കേൾക്കത്തില്ല. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ക്ലാസ് വരുമ്പോഴും അതുപോലെ സ്കൂളിൽ നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് ടൈം അവരെ കിട്ടും. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു ടൈമിൽ അവരെ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർക്കൊരു അവയർനെസ് കൊടുക്കുക. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ അവരുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒരു റോൾ മോഡൽ പോലെ ഒന്ന് കാണിക്കുക എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി കുറച്ച് ഐഡിയ കിട്ടാൻ ചാൻസ്. പിന്നെ പേരൻസിനും ഇതിനകത്തൊരു റോളുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ പേരൻസിനെ കൂടി ഒന്ന് അവെയർ ചെയ്യുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടെയൊക്കെ മെന്റലി ഫിസിക്കലി
മാത്രം മതിയെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് ഇൻ ടുഡേസ് ഹിന്ദു newspaper there was a news that 3 adolescent girls they committed to suicide.
Lifestyle education.
ninth floor നിന്ന് താഴേക്ക് ചാടിയാണ് അത് ചെയ്തത്. The reason was that they were restricted to phone usage, social media usage. Actually,
rooms. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We now move to the interactive section.
Congratulations, Sonamol. I have a query. How does the phonetic rhythmic approach different from multi-sensory approach?
In case of multi-sensory approach, all the senses can be particularly used for teaching a language. But here we can use the kinesthetic anchoring, the sound production system, and body movement, especially for teaching the language acquisition process.
Okay, thank you.
എന്താ ഉപയോഗിക്കേണ്ടത് നമുക്ക്?
Thank you. Now I invite Huda Salim to present her paper.
Good afternoon. I am Huda Salim, second year B.Ed Social Science student from St. John's the Baptist College of Education, Nedimunam. So, we know that a national education policy is a comprehensive national framework that guides the transformation of education in India by emphasizing holistic, learner-centric and competency-based learning. And this study focuses on how to integrate social skills in social science teaching, keeping in view the vision and objectives of national education policy.
Nabini, a first year MA student from Titus II Teachers College. Today, under the guidance of Ms. Moluji Nayak, under the guidance of Mrs. Moluji Nayak, Assistant Professor at Titus II Teachers College, Tibella, I am presenting my paper titled Sustainability and Well-being as Quality Assurance, a multidisciplinary analysis. Through this presentation, I will be sharing a conceptual and humanistic perspective on how sustainability and well-being can be understood as essential foundations of quality assurance in education. Education systems today are situated within overlapping crises such as climate emergency, widening inequalities, mental health concerns and rapid socio-economic change, making the traditional understanding of quality assurance focused on standards, output and accountability increasingly insufficient. Quality cannot be meaningful if it knows the sustainability of educational practices or the well-being of learners and educators. The theme sustainability and well-being as pillars of quality assurance reflects a shift from viewing quality as technical efficiency to understanding it as rooted in ecological responsibility and human flourishing. Sustainability raises questions about responsible resource use and contribution to a livable future, while well-being focuses on whether learners and educators feel safe, respected, engaged and emotionally supported. From a multidisciplinary and humanistic perspective, quality assurance frameworks that embedded sustainability and well-being move beyond inspection and ranking to become instruments for the
teachers, peers or social environment, and these are essential for communication and cooperation. It's integral for teaching learning process, that is teaching and learning is a social process, making social skill essential for a meaningful classroom interaction. So there are some major social skills: communication, which share information, friendliness, active listening, empathy, collaboration, conflict resolution, respect, negotiation and tolerance. Now, social science and social skills. We all know that social science deals with society or family, community, government, social institution, which are the central to social interaction, and also promote democratic values and civic sense. And it encourages students to expose different cultural viewpoints and social conditions, promoting tolerance and respect. By understanding the social issues and human experiences, learners develop empathy and sensitivity towards others. What's the main thing to interaction of social skills in social science teaching, or how we can integrate social skills in social science teaching? Active learning approaches allow students to engage, express opinion and collaborate with peers. These activities enhance communication, critical listening, cooperation and respect for different views. And project-based learning and community activities connect classroom learning with real-life situation. And it also helps internalize social values and behavior. For example, when we teach a social science topic, democracy, the students will get different types of social skills like communication, leadership, civic sense, conflict resolution by implementing certain learning strategies like debates, mock parliament, like that. There is a report based on UNESCO. According to UNESCO Annual Report 2024, UNESCO partnered with India's education bodies like CBSE, NCERT to advance social skills and emotional learning through social studies across more than 30,000 schools, including teacher training and youth programs, showing a large-scale institutional efforts to strengthen these skills in classroom worldwide. And what's the implications? So, social science is ideal for social skill integration due to its social nature, social science provides a continuous opportunity for social learning, and it's an experimental learning that strengthens social competence, and it supports empathy, tolerance, and cooperation. That participatory learning focus mutual understanding and harmonious social development, and also
critically with the global changes. For students, sustainability-rich environments foster ecological literacy and system thinking, while for teachers, they encourage reflective practice and continual professional growth, making sustainability both a content area and way of organizing institutional life. Well-being in education encompasses emotional safety, mental health, positive relationship, a sense of belonging, and opportunities for meaningful participation. And it is experienced at the levels of students, teachers, and institution as a whole. Student well-being involves feeling valued, support, and empowered. Teacher well-being includes professional respect, manageable workloads, and collegial support and institutional.
Social skills are behavioral, isn't it? So how do you suggest, how can we assess these social skills, whether the students are achieved or not? Or which methods we can use to assess?
Okay, for assessing, we can use certain methods in classroom like peer assessment test, or the teacher can conduct, dividing the class into different groups and conduct different debates, or giving some projects like that.
Could you suggest some pedagogic practices or techniques which help in integration of these social skills?
Yeah, debates is one of the thing, and projects, giving projects to the students based on the topics related to social science, and role plays, giving the subject-based role plays to the students, and
at the same time, there are strong possibilities emerging through international framework like Sustainable Development Goals, national policies emphasizing holistic education. The key lies in aligning these efforts so that sustainability and well-being are not treated as side projects but as central dimensions of educational quality, supported by leadership commitment to humanistic values, collaborating professional development, and participatory decision making. Such alignment can gradually nurture institutional cultures where care for earth and care for each other are recognized as part of quality education. Finally, may I conclude? The recognition of sustainability and well-being as pillars of quality assurance represents a fundamental shift in how educators understand its purpose and responsibility in a world marked by ecological fragility, social fragmentation, and psychological distress. Quality cannot be reduced to measurable outputs or institutional prestige alone, but must be judged on how education enables individuals as community to live with dignity, wisdom, and responsibility toward one another and the planet. Thank you for the patience and thoughtful listening. I am grateful for this opportunity.
Also, which is based on the digitalization and the digital platforms. So, in this era, my topic was employment mobility in the era of gig economy and Indian perspective. About the topic, the labor market across the world is experienced. We know the structural shift, the traditional outlook about the occupation, about the labor system have changed. The concept relating job for life have changed into a volatile and freelance type of labor system, and the gig economy have emerged as a significant contributors to this transformation. And about the paper, my objectives was to understand the concept employment mobility, and second objective is to study the concept of gig economy, and third one, to clubbing both these themes, the objective was to analyze the employment mobility in the context of gig economy in Indian perspective. And about the employment mobility, as the word says itself, it is the mobility between the employment, the mobility from one employment to another job is this meant by employment mobility. It might be the opportunity or a risk factor. At the same time, the employment mobility can be divided into inter-firm mobility, intersectoral mobility, occupational mobility and status mobility. The interform mobility means the movement between the employers from one job to another, and intersectoral mobility means shift across economic sectors from primary sector to secondary sector, anything. The occupational mobility means the change in the nature of type of work, and status mobility means the transition between formal and informal employment. This is all about the employment mobility. When moving to gig economy, this is a new term for you and for me also. The term gig was originally used by jazz in 90s, 20s, jazz musicians, and the gig economy features temporary, freelance and part-time positions.
The topic Beyond Boundaries, Multidisciplinary Pathways for Equitable and Inclusive Higher Education. So the higher education is vital for capital formation, social mobility, democratic values and national development. Access to and success in higher education remains uneven across social, economic status, gender, caste, disability, geography and culture. Inequities arise from the interconnected factors such as financial constraints, curriculum bias, physical divides, and institutional discrimination. Traditional single-discipline solutions are insufficient to address the complex and systematic nature of higher education. Integrating perspectives from education, sociology, psychology, economics, and public policy enables equitable, inclusive, and sustainable higher education. The objectives are: analyze the concept of equity and inclusion in higher education through multidisciplinary framework, examine the contributions of multiple disciplines in addressing structural inequalities in higher education, highlight multidisciplinary pathways and strategies for promoting equitable and inclusive practice in the higher education institution. Next is the conceptual understanding of equity and inclusion in higher education. The equity means fairness in access, participation and outcome. Students have different backgrounds and need different support. So it includes scholarships, affirmative actions and academic help. It addresses the inequalities of class, caste, gender and ethnicity. The inclusion means active participation and a sense of belongingness. Where it values diversity in higher education, the institution should adopt culture, curriculum and teaching methods for it. Next is the theoretical foundation supporting a multidisciplinary approach. First is the social justice theory. John Rawls emphasized fairness and equal opportunity based on this theory. Amartya Sen focuses on the capabilities and the real freedom. Paulo Freire stresses the empowerment and the critical dialogues. Together, these theories address the inequalities and the marginalization that is in the higher education. Second is the system theory, where the higher education is a part of complex social system, so it interacts with economic, political, technological and cultural system. Inequalities results from the system level interaction, not from any single factor. Multidisciplinary approach helps the design to have a comprehensive solution. Third one is the intersectionality theory, which is put forward by the Kimberly Crenshaw, where it explains the overlapping forms of disadvantages. Inequalities is shaped by the gender, caste, class and disabilities. The single category analysis is insufficient for it, so multidisciplinary approach would help to understand lived experience in higher education. Now I hand over to my colleague.
So moving forward, multidisciplinary contribution to equitable and inclusive higher education. Education and pedagogical studies. Inclusive learner-centered teaching through flexible methods. And the second one is sociology and anthropology. Explains how social structures and cultural background shapes.
Then in the recent years, the central government also calls for e-shram registration for this gig economy and labours, and Ayushman Bharat Prime Minister project and sectoral expansion in the governments also. And notable points in International Labour Organization initiative called this gig economy workforce as decent work. And the very latestly, in the previous week, we witnessed that Kerala State Government initiative allocating 20 crores for gig workers welfare schemes and state level welfare initiatives, gig hubs. A lot of gig hubs will be established soon in our places, and skill and employment initiative integration also there. And about the conclusion, the gig economy will contribute a lot to the economy. In the era of interdisciplinary context, the prominence and importance of gig economy is also high, as it is an interdisciplinary or diverse sector working force. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We now move to
system marginalized certain groups of people that handles interconnected and requiring a unified solution rather than just quick fix. And next slide, multidisciplinary pathways for transformation. Inclusive curriculum and knowledge integrations, that is blends diverse perspective like local and indigenous wisdom with traditional and subject to challenge barriers and teach students to think critically. And student support and well-being, that is combining money and mentoring and mental health care, removes both personal and academic hurdles to ensure. And third one is faculty development and institutional culture. That is training faculty in inclusive teaching, have leaders who champion equity, create a more supportive and collaborative campus culture. And last one is policy integration and collaborative governance. That is effective policy requires experts from different fields like tech, finance and psychology to work together. And moving forward, the implications for research and practice. Use multidisciplinary and intersectional approach in research, focus on theory-based and comparative studies of inequality, prioritize students' lived experience, especially marginalized groups, and continuously evaluate inclusive policy and interventions. And adopt inclusive and multidisciplinary curriculum, train faculty and leaders in inclusive cultural responsive learners, and promote and strengthen academic, psychological and financial student support, and promote equity and focused governance and effective use of technology. And we concluded that equity and inclusions in higher education are complex issues. That is, achieving equity and inclusions in higher education is a complex challenge because inequalities are deeply rooted in a mix of social, economical, cultural and institutional factors. Since these barriers are interconnected, narrow single discipline solutions are insufficient. Instead, we must use holistic and multidisciplinary approaches to effectively dismantle obstacles. By embracing these collaborative strategies, institutions can foster social justice and truly inclusive system that serves all students. Thank you for your attention and patience.
Thank you, Christians.
Paper.
ഇത് കയറി നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? അപ്പം ചെയ്ത് പോയാൽ മതി. ഇത് ചെയ്ത് പോയാൽ
Good evening, everybody. I am Dido KK, research scholar, Sri Kushal Das University, Rajasthan, India. Today, I would like to present my study titled Integrating Premarital and Relationship Education into the Secondary School Curriculum, a Preventive Approach to Mental and Physical Health. Background and rationale. Human relationships play a crucial role in shaping both mental and physical health. Research has consistently shown that dysfunctional relationships are strongly associated with depression, anxiety, psychosomatic disorders, substance misuse, and domestic violence. Despite this strong connection, formal education systems rarely teach emotional intelligence, communication skills, or healthy relationship practices. Indian context and the problem. In the Indian context, this gap becomes even more significant. Cultural taboos surrounding discussions on relationships, emotions, sexuality, and marriage often prevent open conversations. As a result, adolescents depend on peers, social media, or misinformation, leading to
It's a case study of Ekko Jivana Balabhavan at Koikatacheri. It is in Ernakulam, and this is guided by Dr. Chidutran B. So the context, let's see that it's a children's home where catering 24 kids and where 12% of kids are orphans, 70% of kids have single parents, and the rest are from economically poor background. Let us see. So, child vulnerability, it might be due to poverty, neglect, abuse, and family disruption. It might be economically poor or some issues that rises in the family. So, government intervention through CWC, Child Welfare Committee, we used to have, and we have to understand that the traditional way, like this children's home or orphanage, their focus may be on providing food, shelter, and safety. But today there are radical changes that happens. That means today the care homes becomes a space of healing, growth, and empowerment. See here, this is the Eco Jivana Bhavan, it's in near to the Nirmachari Airport, and this is a care home managed by Norpatel Fathers and located at Vaikantasheri, and houses contains 24 boys, age 6 to 14, and all children legally protected under CWC and JJB Act. You know, JJB Act, Juvenile Justice Board Act, and in a way we can say that this is a house that provide a family warmth and learning structure. And we used to send our children to 2 schools near to Athani. One is in Athanasius and St. Francis Assisi School. So objectives of this study, care homes can promote holistic child development, and we can examine Eco Jivana as a model care home.
The value was 14.32, significant at the 0.01 level. This confirms the effectiveness of the program. A significant number of students reported being in relationships and experiencing breakup-related emotional distress. Before the intervention, students struggled with setting boundaries and managing emotions. After the program, many reported feeling more confident, more communicative, and more willing to seek professional help. Research shows adolescent relationship stress is a strong predictor of depression, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. Policy alignment. The findings align with WHO, UNESCO, and India's National Educational Policy 2020, which emphasize life skills, emotional well-being, and holistic education. Conclusion and recommendations. In conclusion, this study provides empirical evidence supporting the integration of premarital and relationship education into secondary school levels. The program functions as a primary preventive mental health strategy, not moral instruction. By teaching emotional and relational skills early, schools can prevent future distress and promote healthier families. Shifting from crisis intervention to prevention is essential for building resilient individuals and stable families. Collaboration between educators, counselors, mental health professionals, and policy makers is necessary. Thank you for your time and attention.
Yoga, meditation, and they used to use library for sometimes for reading story and all. And gardening and pet beds also there to make the atmosphere fresher. So the second layer is meso system. That means connecting life space. Here we see that a strong linkage between number one care home, then what I discussed, the former schools, they used to send to Athani schools, and sports coach and mentors. They used to have coaching twice in a week, football and other coaching, and they play keyboard, etc. So academic difficulties also addressed through home-based support, personal mentoring, and teacher caretakers communication also there. So children experience consistency in discipline and unified guidance. So in a way we can say that it imbalance academic and social development. So the third one is ecosystem. As I discussed, there is a collaboration with the DPOD and the UNI, that is an NGO, and social work students used to come there, provide mentoring and conduct creative sections. So the dimensions we can say that the overall development, physical development, mental and emotional, creative development. For that we are providing dance, music and all other activities, and spiritual and moral development. There we used to have yoga, meditation and prayer, etc. So academic support also there, the personal mentoring, and in a way we can say that some are studious, some are not studious. So the concept of second curriculum, that means by providing or giving opportunity for sports, arts and nature as healing tools, and thus they become more enthusiastic. So conclusion, Ecojivana redefines care homes as development ecosystem, and there we have the triad of support from government, from the police and from the community participation. So thank you, and let us see a small video.
So I'm Maria Anna Matthew, second year MS student from STB College of Education, Nedumundam. Today I'm going to present my research paper titled An Awareness Program on Gender Sensitization Among Secondary School Students. Gender sensitization refers to the process of creating awareness and understanding about gender equality, gender stereotype, gender-related issues. According to UNESCO, gender sensitization refers to the process of raising awareness and understanding about gender equality and the challenges, discrimination, and biases that people face based on their gender identity. It aims to promote respect, empathy, and equal opportunities for people of all genders. Schools are powerful spaces for shaping attitudes, and the secondary stage is a crucial period where students develop values, identities, and social understanding. An awareness program on gender sensitization among secondary school students offers a space and meaningful space where students can openly share their thoughts, listen to different perspectives, and reflect on their own beliefs. Moving to need and significance, children unconsciously learn gender roles through family, school, media, and society, which strongly influence their attitudes and behavior. The secondary school stage is a critical period for identity formation, where unchecked stereotypes can become a rigid beliefs, limiting empathy and mutual respect. So the study is significant as it promotes gender-sensitive attitudes during adolescence, contributing to the development of compassionate, responsible individual and long-term social change. The major objectives are to find out the effectiveness of the awareness program in developing gender-sensitive attitudes among secondary school students. The hypothesis stated that there is a significant difference in the level of gender sensitization among secondary school students before and after the implementation of the awareness program. The study adopted an quasi-experimental method using a pre-test and post-test control group design to assess the effectiveness of an awareness program on gender sensitization. The population consisted secondary school students of Kottayam district, Kerala, from which a sample of 72 students was selected through simple random sampling. The sample was divided into an experimental group and control group with comparable representation. An investigator developed gender sensitization scale was used for data collection. So the experimental group received the awareness program involving discussions, role play, case study, multimedia presentation, and reflective activities, while the control group followed regular classroom instruction. Data were analyzed
College, Nedumanam. Today, I am here to present a conceptual paper titled Developing a Skill Matrix for Secondary School Students under the guidance of Dr. Sujitran P. Welcome all. As the saying goes, skills are the currencies of the future. The more you invest in them, the more valuable you become. In today's rapidly changing world, education can no longer be confined to textbook, knowledge and examination scores alone. Learners need a wide range of skills to adapt, grow and succeed in both academic and real-life situations. Introduction. Skills are essential competencies that determine adaptability, employability and long-term success in the modern world. Education systems globally are shifting from knowledge-based learning to skill-centered development, emphasizing communication, problem-solving, creativity, digital literacy, collaboration and emotional regulation. The employers increasingly prioritize practical and transferable skills alongside academic qualification. In India, initiatives such as NEP 2020, Skill India Mission, NSQF and Atmanirbhar Bharat highlights the importance of early skill development. And skill mapping supports competency-based assessment by identifying academic, cognitive, technical, soft and vocational and socio-emotional skills beyond the marks. Then, what is skill matrix? A skill matrix is defined as structured grid-based tool that maps individuals against specific skills or competencies, indicating their level of proficiency and identifying strengths and areas for development. The main objective of this study to develop a skill matrix for secondary school students. Skill matrix is a structured tool used to assess skills by presenting them in a table or grid format showing different levels of proficiency. It helps in developing skills, strengths and gap enabling appropriate support, improvement and evaluation. The skill matrix is also known as a competency framework as it includes competencies such as communication, leadership, critical thinking, decision making, self-development and responsibility. In the educational context, the skill matrix allows teachers to systematically rate and monitor students' skills, supporting guidance, remediation and holistic development. This is a skill matrix model with several categories and skills included. The skills included are academic, soft skill, technical skill, employability and vocational skill. And the categories are in academic skill, writing, reading, numeracy, presentation skill, and in soft skill, communication, self-management, interpersonal skill, critical thinking, empathy.
The importance and effectiveness of an awareness program in developing gender sensitization among secondary school students. The findings revealed that although many students initially possessed only an average level of gender awareness, the structured awareness program significantly enhanced their understanding, attitudes and sensitivity towards gender equality. So thank you.
Congratulations, Maria.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is a very relevant topic in the present context. So, I have a question like whether your sample consists of male students? Or
no, both male and female
male
students.
And female students. So, how does this program engage the male students as active partners in creating an equitable environment?
I selected 72 students. So, from St. Dominic such as Kanjirappalli. I included interactive methods such as games, multimedia sessions like interview with psychologist, doctor. So the male students also very active in the session.
Okay, what is the main finding of this study?
Main findings, after implementing the awareness program, there is a significant change in the gender sensitization based on Pareto score and Pareto score and poster score and used ANCOVA.
Okay. how does this program make a continuous part of school culture? Or how can we implement in the school curriculum?
Through curriculum, through structured awareness program, and also
empathy and social awareness needed for responsible citizenship. For teachers, the metric serves as a practical tool.
Okay. Then only we can incorporate in curriculum.
You should train the teachers.
Train the teachers. First of all, train the teachers, because now also so many teachers don't know the basic concept of gender equality. So firstly, we should teach we should train the teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maria Anna Matthew.
Any questions? Was it interesting? Skill metrics for secondary school students? Is the metrics developed by you?
All. My name is Rahma Ali Shah Jahan, and I'm a B.Ed second year student from St. John the Baptist College of Education, Nedugundam. So as you can see, my paper is titled The Conduit of Competence, Examining the Role of English Language Proficiency in Graduate Employability. In the contemporary globalized labor market, employability is increasingly shaped by a graduate's ability to communicate effectively across diverse professional contexts. So as you can see, English proficiency it's not just a language skill, but the primary conduit, a channel you can say, through which professional competencies are expressed and evaluated. And now, why does this matter? Employers now prioritize communication, teamwork, and adaptability. So these are some of the competencies that one is required to cultivate in them. So these competencies help one to land in their suitable career paths. English is often taught as a subject, not as a professional tool. So as you all can see, English as a language is taught only as a subject, but rather you should see it as a meta skill. Graduates need help translating academic skills into workplace value. So it's always important that you shouldn't be learning English for the
Professor Dr. Lizzie Kuchi. In today's educational system, teacher preparation needs not only subject knowledge and teaching skills, but also a strong professional mindset. Many future teachers feel afraid of failing and tend to avoid mistakes which can restrict their professional growth. The idea of growth mindset highlights that abilities and teaching skills can be developed through effort, reflection, and learning from mistakes. This topic about growth mindset as a new way to build a confident, adaptable, and reflective professional mindset among future teachers. Introduction. One of the major challenges in teacher education is the fear of failure and avoidance of mistakes among future teachers. Teacher education programs often prioritize accuracy, examination, performance, and demonstration lessons. This emphasis unintentionally conveys that mistakes indicate incompetence rather than learning opportunities. As a result, prospective teachers hesitate to experiment, innovate, and reflect critically on their practices. This issue is particularly critical during the pre-service phase, when professional identity and confidence are formed. Mistakes are often concealed instead of discussed openly for improvement. Such an ill-avoided culture restricts resilience, adaptability, and reflective capacity and lifelong learning attitudes. Addressing this issue requires a fundamental shift in pedagogical beliefs and practices. Mistakes must be accepted, valued, and celebrated as essential components of professional growth. Fixed mindset and growth mindset. Psychological researcher Carl S. Dweck identified two fundamental mindsets that shape learning and behavior.
Practical item, but it's important that you make use of language for a professional setting. So it's important you activate the functional proficiency, and then comes the competency identification, whether you are a good team leader or whether you are adaptable, whether you have collaborative ability, and so on. And when you identify these certain competencies, you end up in the right career path. These are some of the career pathways for English graduates. As you can see, in the education sector, one, if you can identify your correct competencies, you can end up as a teacher, a lecturer, or even a curriculum designer. In the media and publishing sector, there are opportunities like to become a writer, editor, and a journalist. In the corporate communication sector, you can see PR, public relations officer, technical writer. And in the digital careers, in the digital sector, you can become a UX writer, a content strategist. And finally, in the language services, if you are willing to be providing language services, you can work as a translator or a soft skills trainer. Now coming to the conclusion part, you can say there are 3 calls to action. I would suggest for educators, it is important that they teach English as a professional tool rather than an academic language. Secondly, for institutions, I would recommend to integrate career mapping into your programs. So the students will be able to identify what are their areas of competencies. And finally, for graduates, for us, for those who are sitting here, see your English skills as strategic career assets. Thank you.
Competence. This is the comparison of fixed mindset and growth mindset. In growth mindset, view challenges as opportunities, and fixed mindset avoid challenges, embrace constructive feedback and refuse to receive criticism or feedback. Focus on the process, not the result. Focus on proving yourself. Be inspired by others' success and feel threatened by others' success. This is converting fixed mindset into growth mindset to classroom strategies. In fixed mindset, students believe they never change. In growth mindset, students understand the brain grows stronger than they learn. And the classroom strategies, teacher explains that learning improves the brain through practice and effort. In fixed mindset, students avoid challenges because they fear mistake. In growth mindset, students see mistakes as part of learning. And the classroom strategy, discuss wrong answers openly and ask what can be learned from this instead of criticizing. In fixed mindset, students give up when work is difficult. And growth mindset, students develop persistence. Classroom strategy, break difficult tasks into smaller steps and appreciate effort when students keep trying. In fixed mindset, students focus only on mark, and growth mindset, students focus on progress and improvement. And the classroom strategy, highlight individual improvement. Example, you scored higher than last time, avoid comparing students. In fixed mindset, students say, I am not good at this. In growth mindset, students believe that they can improve with the practice. And the classroom strategy, add the word yet, you are not good at this yet, but you will improve. Fixed mindset, students compare themselves with others. Growth mindset, students concentrate on personal growth. And the classroom strategy, ask students to set small learning goals and track their own progress. Fixed mindset, students hesitate to answer in class. Growth mindset, students participate without fear. And classroom strategy, use think, pair, share. So they first discuss with their partner before answering. Fixed mindset, students rely completely on teacher correction. Growth mindset, students become independent learner. Classroom strategy, after test, let students find and correct their own mistake. Fixed mindset, students take feedback personally. Growth mindset, students use feedback to improve. And classroom strategy, give supportive feedback like, this is a good attempt, try adding more points. In fixed mindset, students think success comes only from talent. And growth mindset, students understand success comes from effort. And classroom strategy, share stories of successful people who improved through hard work and practice. Conclusion, developing a growth mindset is a valuable way to improve the professional skill of future teachers. In fast-changing educational setting, teachers need confidence, flexibility, self-reflection and resilience. A fixed mindset limits professional development by encouraging fear of mistake and resistance to new experience. A growth mindset helps teachers see challenges and errors as important chances for learning and growth.
Areas, because humans are required, they are supposed to be working, they are supposed to make use of their cognitive skills, make use of their affective domain, cognitive domain, psychomotor domain. So AI tools serve as a channel to help, it serves as a medium to help us with our jobs, or it makes our job more easier. So we cannot say that it will completely take the job opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Very well presented. And
Thank you, Ms. Rahma Ali Shahjahan. Now I invite Meera Matthew to present her paper.
Because here the learner becomes so independent and he undergoes self-evaluation, self-criticism. So thorough monitoring from the part of the teacher is essential. Otherwise they may hesitate to accept.
I'm a second year MEd student at St. John the Baptist College of Education. Today I'm going to present a research paper titled Entrepreneurship Attitude of High Secondary School Students based on Gender. Let's begin with the concept given by NCERT. Entrepreneurship is the process of developing a business plan, launching and running a business using innovation to meet customer needs and to make a profit is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the process of starting and managing new ventures, and it focuses on innovation, opportunity and value creation. Entrepreneurial attitude shapes venture intention. Entrepreneurship attitude is individuals' feeling, thoughts and connections toward entrepreneurship. Moving on to the need and significance, the study is vital because youth unemployment is increasing and entrepreneurship creates opportunities. It aligns with the NEP 2020 goals and it supports innovation and self-reliance, and it is very important at a high secondary level. The study had two main objectives. The first one, to find out the level of entrepreneurship attitude of high secondary school students based on gender. And the second one, to find out the significant difference in the entrepreneurship attitude of high secondary school students based on gender. And the hypothesis of the study, there is no significant difference in the entrepreneurship attitude of high secondary school students based on gender. Moving to the methodology, the study adopted the descriptive survey method, and the sampling technique used was stratified random sampling. The sample consisted of 400 students. The tool was used entrepreneurship attitude scale, which is developed and standardized by the researcher, and data were analyzed using percentage, mean, standard deviation and t-test. Let us analyze the result. The table 1 shows number and percentage of levels of entrepreneurship attitude of
Silosis Synergy Crafting Workforce Ready Competence. I'm Anjana Nellis. I'm an MEd scholar in Title 2nd Teachers College, Tiruvalla, and I'm under the guidance of Moduji Nair. And my topic is, I'm just exposed through this paper how multidisciplinary approach and integration contributes to the workforce ready competence. And from silos to synergy, crafting workforce ready competence is my topic. And silos means the separate groups working along like compartments, and synergy means working together as one team to create better results. So my topic is moving from isolated working to connected teamwork for workforce competence. So, changing landscape of employability. Rapid technological and social changes are reshaping work environments. Today the work environment is moreover digitalized. And modern employability demands more than isolated expertise. Professionals must integrate knowledge, skills and perspectives. Today the skills is important than theories. So the workforce readiness now focus on adaptability and creativity. So the changing landscape of employability says about the workforce environment. And understanding silos in learning. Traditional education promotes compartmentalized learning, and academic, technical and soft skills are taught separately. Learning gain theory but lack real-world experience or application. It's application level of learning. So learners gain theory. Fragmentation reduces adaptability and skill transferability. The meaning of synergy in education. Synergy emphasizes integration across disciplines and skills. Learning outcomes exceed the sum of individual components. Encourages collaboration, contextual understanding and flexibility. Reflects the real workplace dynamics and expectations. So the workforce ready competence. Competence is intentionally cultivated, not automatically achieved. Extends beyond task performance. It is based on task. So we need critical thinking, better communication, ethical reasoning, emotional intelligence and resilience.
The next is reimagining learning beyond silos. Integrated learning connects theory with practices. So we are not supposed for the theory sides, we need more application sides. So it is theory with practices, encourages interdisciplinary interaction and collaboration, meaning collaborative learning through better communication. Prepares for lifelong learning and growth. It ensures lifelong learning and growth for better results. The next is synergistic skill development. Workforce readiness emerges from multiple skill domains. Technical skills learns are insufficient. We have technological advancement, but it is not insufficient because we need more practical knowledge with our teachers or faculties. So it includes teamwork, adaptability, problem solving, ethical judgment, digital literacy. So this era is supposed to do digital literacy. So we need more theories for digital literacy. So the next is role of interdisciplinary and experiential learning. Real world problems could across subject boundaries. Interdisciplinary learning builds holistic thinking. The whole development is initiated here. It includes project-based learning, internships, experiential activities, collaborative assignments. So experience is better than theories. It's a result of better results. So the next is technology as a catalyst for synergy.
The real world exposure is one of the best way, and the inclusive and supportive environment is a second way, and the third one is the fostering the theoretical and experiential practices or learning experiences is good to expose to that.
Did you observe parental occupation has influenced the attitude?
Maybe or maybe not.
May not. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Better advancement future. So the last is from silos to synergy. Embracing synergy is essential for equipping individuals with competence needed to thrive the dynamic global workforce. And in a rapid evolving work phase, employability is no longer shaped by isolated discipline, specific expertise, but by the ability to integrate knowledge, skills, and perspectives across domains, marking a transition from silos to synergy. The paper, How Explains the Multidisciplinary Integration Contributes to the Crafting of Workforce-Ready Competence by
to lack of accurate information and proper guidance. In the digital era, eCon has emerged as an effective tool for delivering adolescents education in the engaging, learner-centered and confidential manner. Through videos, animation and interactive modules, eContent helps students understand developmental changes, build a healthy attitude and develop an essential life skill. eContent plays a vital role in promoting holistic development and well-being among adolescents. Then need and significance of study. In the absence of proper guidance, adolescents often experience confusion, anxiety, misconceptions and risky behaviors. Then adolescents education is essential to provide accurate information on puberty, reproductive health and menstruation, then helping students develop healthy attitude and hygienic practices. It also plays a vital role in the creating awareness about personal safety, good touch, bad touch and legal protection that under the POCSO Act. Then adolescents education promote physical well-being, emotional stability, gender sensitivity and informed decision making, contributing to the holistic development of the secondary school student. Then objective of the study, to test the effectiveness of the development eContent in enhancing awareness and understanding of adolescents related issues among secondary school students. Then hypothesis of the study, secondary school students exposed to the eContent on adolescents education will show a significant improvement in their level of awareness regarding adolescents education. Then method of the study adopted an experimental method with pre-test and post-test control group designed to examine the effectiveness of e-content for adolescents education among secondary school students in Kottayam district, Kerala. A sample of 72 students was selected using simple random sampling and divided into an experimental group and control group. An investigator developed adolescents education scale was used to collect data. Experimental group received the e-content, which included interactive videos, presentation, animations and reflective activities on adolescents education. Then while the control followed regular classroom activities, pre-test and post-test, score were analyzed using mean, standard deviation and t-test. Then development and e-content for adolescents education. E-content consists of digital learning resources such as video, animation, quiz and interactive activities that support flexible and self-paced learning. In this study, e-content and adolescents education was developed using Google Classroom to deliver structured learning materials and assessment. It covered the topics including physical development, menstruations, reproductive system, good touch and bad touch, POXO Act, then interactive videos, quizzes, animations and voice-over explanation were used to enhance understanding. The validated e-content enabled students to revise lesson, actively engage with the learning and develop awareness, positive attitude and healthy practices related to adolescence. The major finding of the study, pre-test result showed nearly equal mean score for experimental and control groups, then indicated similar initial awareness of adolescents education. After the e-content intervention, the experimental group showed a significant improvement. Then adjusted post-test mean of the experimental group was higher than the control group. The obtained F value was significant at the 0.05 level. Result
framework to modernize the existing Indian education system in India, and one of the major recommendations of NEP 2020 was the introduction of a novel method of learning based on multidisciplinary approach. In order to enable the multidisciplinary learning in higher education, NEP had put forward a unique credit system, which is the academic bank of credits, which I am going to present before you. It is actually a digital platform that allows students to store, transfer and redeem credits earned across different subjects and institutions, and these students shall be provided with a unique ID as shown in the picture. And in the particular context of Kerala, the government initially opposed the provisions of NEP 2020, but later they had a nuanced approach and implemented some of the reforms, including the ABC system in higher education. As per the report of the New Indian Express in 2024, about 62 higher education institutions in Kerala have onboarded the ABC platform. However, still there exists some lack of clarity on the functions and effective utilization of ABC among teachers and students. So my paper aims to assess the level of student awareness and their engagement with the academic bank of credits through a quantitative study in Kerala context. So moving forward, in the UGC notification on the operations of academic bank of credits in higher education institutions released in 2021, it was given that the ABC system functions through mainly 4 mechanisms, including credit accumulation, credit recognition, credit transfer and credit redemption. So I will briefly explain these 4 mechanisms. First of all, credit accumulation, which means the consolidation of credits by undergoing courses. It will be in 2 ways. When a student completes his or her course at a higher education institution which is registered under ABC, the institution will upload these credits directly to their ABC account when the student completes the course. And this table shows the proposed number of credits, the minimum number of credits per course for UG programs, and I have given it as an example for the credit requirement or the minimum number of credits or the credit distribution among the courses. So another way is that the higher education institutions allow students to earn 40% of the total semester credits
through online courses from any national schemes like SWAYAM, NPTEL or any registered higher education institutions. Next is the credit recognition or validation. It is just a process by which a higher education institution officially accepts and validates credits earned by a student from another institution or online platforms. Next comes the credit transfer, which means a kind of process of moving earned credits from one institution to the other, allowing the students to receive credits for previous learning and thus avoiding the need to repeat the same course. And finally, the credit redemption, which means a process of commuting the acquired credits in the academic bank account for the purpose of fulfilling the credit requirements for the award of degrees. And there is a provision that credits earned by a student shall be valid only for 7 years, and also already used credits will be deleted from the account and cannot be used for the award of any other formal academic qualification. So I have conducted a quantitative research study. So a survey was conducted via structured Google form among a sample of students in Kerala. I have taken 50 students and the questionnaire consisted of 16 questions. These illustrations show the responses of these students for different questions. For my convenience, I have consolidated the findings into a tabular form. So, among the students who participated in the survey, around 78% of the students have an academic bank of credits account, a profile, and also an ID. And among the questions, first 5 questions was intended to check the students' basic knowledge on the creation of ABC profile and ID, and the next 5 questions regarding the functional knowledge that I have already discussed based on the credit accumulation, credit transfer, etc. And other 2 questions related, it's a relevant question because the orientation regarding ABC and support over grievances from the part of the higher education institutions were discussed in those questions. And finally, final questions were to measure the students' opinion regarding the opportunities of ABC system. So the results imply that in Kerala, the ABC system is currently operating in a passive mode. Many students are registering it, above 50%, many students are registering it, but still they are unaware of the utilization or the management of the academic bank of credits. For the multidisciplinary approach as given by the NEP 2020, to succeed the transition from an idea-centric awareness to mobility-centric engagement is essential. So the finding suggests that
Good evening to all. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank all the organizers of this international seminar, especially to Joji H.N., Lizzie Koshi Miss, Mary Shiva Miss, Sujitran Sir, and all the organizers. It is my great pleasure to be a part of SJB, as I am the former student and faculty of this college. And I want to thank all the presenters for reminding us that education is a work in progress. So each paper today showed us a different way to make the journey from a student to a professional. All the presenters presented their papers well and also defended well. So thank you all for the eye-opening session. Thank you all once again, all the organizers and presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As we come to the end of this paper presentation session,
The academic bank of credit is meant for 4-year degree courses. I'm asking like that. Bank of credit is applicable for the FYUP program.
2021 ശേഷം ഉള്ള
പ്രോഗ്രാംസിന് PG പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ളതിന് ഇപ്പോൾ അക്കാദമിക് ബാങ്കും ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ് ID കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഐ ഹാവ് ഓൾസോ ആൻ ID. ഐ വാസ് എ PG സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്. സോ അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്നാണ് അതൊരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് ഒരെണ്ണം കാണിച്ചതാണ്. PG കോഴ്സസിനാണെങ്കിൽ കോർ കോഴ്സ്, ഇലക്ടീവ് കോഴ്സ്. അതിൽ കോർ കോഴ്സിന് എനിക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ്, ഇലക്ടീവ് കോഴ്സസിന് കുറച്ച് ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ് ആയിരിക്കും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത്. ഇല്ല, കാറ്റഗറൈസേഷൻ ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു. ആക്ച്വലി അതൊരു ലിമിറ്റേഷൻ ഓഫ് ദ സ്റ്റഡിയാണ്. കാറ്റഗറൈസേഷൻ ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഓപ്പൺ ടു ഓൾ, ഇൻക്ലൂഡിംഗ് PG ആൻഡ് UG സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്. ഇപ്പൊ 5 വർഷം ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്തു. എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ഫർദർ പോകാനുണ്ട്, ഒരുപാട് പ്രോഗ്രസ് ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. സോ അവയർനെസ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസിലൂടെ എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ABC അവയർനെസ് കൊടുക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും.
Though the number of participants is very low, 50.
Time constraints കൊണ്ടും
but still it's a good study and congratulations. ഇപ്പോൾ ട്രെൻഡിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഏരിയാസിൽ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിന്റെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസ് എല്ലാം മാറ്റി ഫർദർ ആയിട്ട് ഇത് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സ്റ്റഡിയാണ്. And there are so many challenges, issues related to this. ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡിവൈഡ്, സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും ഒക്കെ ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. The student is enrolled in different universities. It's very difficult to standardize the norms, the curriculum, the evaluation practices, grading systems and all. അതെ, അത് കുറച്ച് കാലങ്ങൾ പിടിക്കും അല്ലേ സുരേന്ദ്രൻ സാറേ? കുറെ കാലം എടുക്കും അതൊന്ന് റെഡി ആവാനായിട്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് അതിന്റെ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക് പോലും അതിനെപ്പറ്റി അത്ര ഐഡിയ ഇല്ല.
ഒരുപാട് ഫെയിലിയേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടാവും.
ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
As we come to the end of this paper presentation session, I express sincere gratitude. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Jayalakshmi R, our moderator, for her efficient moderation, valuable insights and scholarly guidance. I also thank all the paper presenters for their meaningful academic contributions and the academic to active presence and engagement throughout the session. Thank you.
And thank you all. Congratulations to all the Yes, finally we are wrapping with the concluding part. Now I would like to extend my sincere thanks to this college, the management, the principal, especially beloved Professor Dr. Mary Shiva teacher, then Dr. Sudhitran sir. I'm really truly honored to be a part of this prestigious international seminar. Actually, among teachers, these terms are very common nowadays, that is multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches. I think some people may have the impression that these three are the new three disciplines. ഇനി വരുന്ന തലമുറ ഇനി അതിനെ എങ്ങനെയാണ് സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നതെന്നും അറിയില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് ഇത് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന നമ്മൾ പല സ്ട്രീമിലൂടെ കടന്നു വന്ന, പല സ്ട്രീം ഇൻ ദ സെൻസ് പല സ്ട്രീംസ് എന്താണെന്ന് ഐസൊലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ നിന്ന് വളർന്നു വന്നവരാണ് ഇത് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഇത് നമ്മൾ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷൻ സ്റ്റേജിൽ നമ്മളും ആ ചലഞ്ചസ് അനുഭവിക്കും. ഇത് നമ്മൾ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അതിന് അപാകതകൾ ഉണ്ടാവും. അത് ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്ന തലമുറയ്ക്കും ഈ പറയുന്ന ചലഞ്ചസ് ഫേസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. അതിൽ ഒരു ഭൂരിഭാഗവും ഈ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ദീസ് ആർ 3 ഡിസിപ്ലിൻസ് എന്നുള്ള മട്ടിൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ വേണമെങ്കിൽ സ്വീകരിക്കാം. അതിനുശേഷം എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ഇത് 2040 എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല ഇതിന്റെ കംപ്ലീഷൻ ഒരു സ്റ്റേജിലേക്കൊക്കെ എത്തുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് സംശയമാണ്. കാരണം റിസർച്ചസ് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും അതനുസരിച്ച് എല്ലാവരും ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഹോളിസ്റ്റിക് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അവിടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും കൂടെ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷൻസ്, ഇവിടെ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്ത പേപ്പേഴ്സിൽ എനിക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം അതാണ്. എല്ലാവരുടെയും കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷൻസ് എല്ലാവരും അതിനകത്ത് ആവശ്യപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതായത് ടീച്ചേഴ്സ്, സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്, റിസർച്ചേഴ്സ്, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പീപ്പിൾ, ദെൻ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ, മിനിസ്ട്രിയൽ ലെവൽസിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ എല്ലാവരും ഇതിനകത്ത് ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഒരു ഹോളിസ്റ്റിക് അപ്രോച്ച് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് ഇത് സക്സസ്ഫുള്ളി ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു, ആകെ 62 ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് ആണ് കേരളയിൽ ഇതിന് ഓൺബോർഡ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരു 2000 ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് ആണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആകമാനം ഇപ്പോ ഓൺബോർഡ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ABC-യിൽ. അപ്പൊ ഇത് വളർന്നുകൊണ്ട് സൂത്രൻ സാർ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഇപ്പൊ ഇത് ഓൺഗോയിങ് ആണ്. പൈലറ്റ് സ്റ്റഡീസ് നടക്കുന്നു, ഇതെല്ലാം പ്രോസസ്സ് നടക്കുകയാണ് ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് മാതിരി. അപ്പൊ അത് എങ്ങനെ എത്തും എന്ന് നമുക്കറിയില്ല. പക്ഷെ എല്ലാം അപ്ഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. ആസ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആൻഡ് ടീച്ചർ എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റേഴ്സ് നമ്മൾ അപ്ഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാണ് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. ഇന്നത്തെ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ സെഷൻ ചെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ എന്നെ വിളിച്ചതിൽ പ്രത്യേകം മേരിശിബ ടീച്ചറിനോട്, ടീച്ചറിനെയും സുദ്രൻ സാറിനെയും രണ്ടുപേരും എന്നെ വിളിച്ചു. ഞങ്ങള് for many years we know each other. Sudran sir ആണെങ്കിൽ I know I have learned so many things from his expertise as statistician and teacher educator. He helped me a lot during my research works. Merishika teacher ആണെങ്കിലും teacher is not just an administrator. She is a very passionate, creative, positive and very communicative teacher. ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുമിച്ച് പലപ്പോഴും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ നല്ല ഒരു അക്കാഡമിക് ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് കോളേജിനുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് എനിക്ക് നേരത്തെ അറിയാവുന്നതാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഡയറക്റ്റ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസും കിട്ടിയതിൽ വലിയ സന്തോഷം. സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് മറ്റു കോളേജിൽ നിന്നും എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നല്ല റിസർച്ച് ഇനിയും മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള ഏരിയാസ് ആണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ ഒരു വിഷയം തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഈ കൺഫ്യൂഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഈ വിഷയത്തെ ആസ്പദമാക്കിയിട്ട് തന്നെ ഈ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ സെമിനാർ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്ത കോളേജിന് പ്രത്യേകം അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങൾ അറിയിക്കുന്നു. ഇന്ന് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്ത പേപ്പേഴ്സ് കൂടുതലും തിയറി ബേസ്ഡ് ആണ്, പേപ്പേഴ്സ് ആണ്. അത് നമ്മുടെ ടോപ്പിക് അങ്ങനെയാണ്. അപ്പൊ അതിനെ ബേസ് ചെയ്ത് ഇനിയും റിസർച്ച് സ്റ്റഡീസ് നടത്തുവാൻ നിങ്ങൾ യങ് റിസർച്ചേഴ്സിന് സാധിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. ഇനി നിങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ് ഞങ്ങളെ ലീഡ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. കാരണം നിങ്ങളുടെ ആശയങ്ങൾ വ്യത്യസ്തമാണ്, വളരെ നൂതനമാണ്, വളരെ ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഐഡിയാസ് നിങ്ങൾക്കുണ്ട്. അതുവഴി ഇനി ടീച്ചർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ മേഖലയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സ്കൂൾ, ഹൈസ്കൂൾ, ഹയർ സെക്കൻഡറി ആൻഡ് ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ മേഖലകളെല്ലാം മുന്നോട്ട് ഫ്ലറിഷ് ചെയ്യട്ടെ. കുട്ടികൾ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് പഠനം ഉപേക്ഷിച്ച് വെളിയിൽ പോകുന്ന ആ ഒരു രീതി നിർത്തലാവട്ടെ. ഗവൺമെന്റ് പോളിസീസും എല്ലാം നമ്മൾക്ക് അനുകൂലമായി ഭവിക്കട്ടെ. അതിനുള്ള ശ്രമങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ ഭാഗത്തുനിന്ന് ഉണ്ടാവട്ടെ എന്ന് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഹൃദയപൂർവ്വം ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. അത് ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു സെഷൻ കൊണ്ട് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ അല്ലത്. കാരണം ഒരു പദ്ധതി ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ, ഇതിപ്പം നമുക്ക് തന്നെ അറിയാം 2020 ഇത് ആവിഷ്കരിക്കപ്പെട്ട പദ്ധതിയാണ്, പലയിടത്തും റൺ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു അല്ലെ. അപ്പൊ ഇതിനകത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് തന്നെ പല സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സും പല എന്താണ്
പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വ്യത്യാസം ഈ ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സിന്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് കുറച്ച് ഫ്രീഡം ഉണ്ടാവും. ഇഷ്ടത്തോടെ ആഡ് ഓൺ കോഴ്സ് ചൂസ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് നല്ലതല്ലേ? അതൊരു
അതെ, നമ്മളെല്ലാം പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ടാണ് അതിനെ കാണുന്നത്. അതിനെ പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ട് കണ്ടാൽ മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കത്തുള്ളൂ. അതിന്റെ പോസിറ്റീവ്സിനെ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ട് അതിന്റെ ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസിനെ നമുക്ക് ഓവർകം ചെയ്യാൻ എന്താണ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ വേണം ചർച്ചകൾ ഉണ്ടാകാൻ. അക്കാഡമിക്കലി ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്റ്റേറ്റസിലെ നമുക്ക് ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ, അല്ലാണ്ട് നമുക്ക് പറ്റില്ല. ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ഞാനത് വളരെ ചെറിയ കാര്യമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചത്, കാരണം നമ്മൾ വളർന്നു വന്ന ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഡിഫറെന്റ് ആണ്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറയുകയാണ് ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്, ഇതാണ് നല്ലതെന്ന് നമ്മൾ സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അല്ല, നമ്മളുടെ എപ്പോഴും ഗ്രോത്ത്, നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു സമൂഹത്തിന്റെ ഗ്രോത്ത് എപ്പോഴും സംഭവിച്ചത് അങ്ങനെയാണ്, എപ്പോഴും അങ്ങനെയാണ് സംഭവിച്ചത്. പുതിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ച് തന്നെയാണ് മനുഷ്യൻ ഇത്രയും അഡ്വാൻസ് ചെയ്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് വന്നത്. അതിന്റെ പോസിറ്റീവ്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. ആ ഒരു ഹോപ്പും ആ ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ആസ്പെക്റ്റും നമ്മൾ കൈവിടാതിരുന്നാൽ അതിനകത്ത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. അതെ 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 അക്കാഡമിക് ആയിട്ട് ഇതെല്ലാം നല്ലതല്ലേ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ നല്ലതാണെന്ന് പ്രത്യാശിക്കുകയും അതിനുവേണ്ടി നമ്മൾ ശ്രമിക്കുകയും അതിനകത്ത് ഒത്തിരി മിസ്റ്റേക്സ് ഉണ്ടാവാം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. ധാരാളമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ എക്സ്പെരിമെന്റ് ചെയ്ത് 100 തവണ എക്സ്പെരിമെന്റ് ചെയ്ത് 101 തവണയായിരിക്കും നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പൊ പല കണ്ടുപിടുത്തങ്ങളും നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളത്, ചരിത്രം പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് അതാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്, 2040 ഇത് കംപ്ലീഷനിൽ എത്തുമോ എന്നും നമുക്ക് പറയാം. നമുക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് ശ്രമിക്കാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഒരു ഹോൾ ഹാർട്ടഡ് ആൻഡ് കോർഡിനേറ്റഡ് വർക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വയ്ക്കേണ്ടത്. അതിന് എല്ലാവരും എന്താ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയുള്ള ആസ്പെക്ട്സ് എല്ലാം മാറ്റി വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിച്ചാൽ മാത്രമേ അതിന് ഒരു പ്രോപ്പറായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടത്തുള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഫ്ലെക്സിബിലിറ്റി, ഓരോ ലോക്കൽ നീഡ് അനുസരിച്ചും സ്റ്റേറ്റ് വൈഡ് ആയിട്ടൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഓരോ ഫ്ലെക്സിബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. അപ്പൊ അതനുസരിച്ച് അതിനെ നമുക്ക് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യാനും ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യാനും ഒക്കെ സാധിക്കണം. എങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ. ഈ പറയുന്ന യൂണിഫോമിറ്റി കൊണ്ടുവരുമ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് ഡൈവേഴ്സിറ്റി അക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തേ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ. നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു രാജ്യം വെച്ച് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അത് പറ്റണം. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. ആൻഡ് ആങ്കറിംഗ് ടീം, പിന്നെ അവർ നന്നായിട്ട് കോർഡിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു, അവർക്ക് പ്രത്യേകം കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻസ്. പിന്നെ ഇത്രയും നേരം നിങ്ങൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് ഈ ഒരു അക്കാഡമിക് ഡിസ്കഷന് ടേക്ക് പാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത എല്ലാവരും, ആൻഡ് വിഷ് യു ഓൾ സക്സസ്. താങ്ക് യു.